Should be
What's your
all
son
set.
this morning?
Video.
Yes.
still trying to get in.
Everybody do not.
Pages of documents to review.
Little black box. Just as a box life.
Your audio. Your mic is on.
I'm good now. One was
Yep. Oh, it's there.
And Lois.
Ms. Palermo, can you video up?
Yes.
Your video on.
Yes. I don't see anybody else.
Dan over there.
Oh,
Ms. Pride, thanks for joining us. Great to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Get to see everybody's face.
No, the audio will be through these things, right?
thank you.
We're just double checking our technology setup. Let's start. Call to order September 10th, 2021 meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. Want to remind board members that for those of you, I'm sorry, the time is 8:34. For those of you joining us virtually, please, and on a secondary device, please mute it until it is time for you to speak. Make sure to say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I'll also announce the names of board members when announcing them on first and second motions. We have Ms. Jones as our interim secretary in the absence of Dr. Kirsch. I'd like Dr. Maldonado to read the mission of our Texas State Board of Dental Examiners, please.
The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients.
Very good, Dr. Maldonado. Great work. So Ms. Jones, would you please call roll?
Yes, I'll be more than happy to. Thank you. Dr. David Yu,
Present.
Ms. Lori Jones, present. Dr. Brian Henderson,
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil is absent. Dr. George Kirsch is absent. Ms. Lois Palermo,
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke,
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Present.
Ms. Catherine Sisk,
Present.
Ms. Marquita Pride,
Present.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And for the record, for the minutes, Dr. McNeil and Dr. Kirsch once again are absent for this meeting. So I'd like first to talk about the minutes from the previous board meeting. So is there any discussion on that? Dr. Melcher?
Yes, my name was left off on the attendance, so just need to add that to the minutes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Kind of important.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Any other discussion or amendments to the previous board meeting minutes? None. So I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written with the recommended changes of adding Dr. Melcher. Dr. Burke and seconded by Dr. Melcher. Any further discussion? Hands, please. Looks unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you, board. So I'd like Ms. Stutter to lead discussion on our agreed settlement orders. Those agreed settlement orders are in your packet, and when discussing or polling, just a reminder, when discussing or polling any orders, please, state the case number and without saying any identifiable information. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu. Board staff has the agreed settlement orders in your materials for your review, and we ask that you approve those settlement orders as presented.
Any discussion? Sure. Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Dr. Henderson motions and seconded by Ms. Jones. Any discussion? Okay, show of hands, please. Say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous approval of agreed settlement orders. Ms. Studdard, if you could lead discussion with our remedial plans.
The remedial plans, again, are in your materials for your review. Board staff asks that you approve those remedial plans as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Any discussion on this? So do I have a motion to approve remedial plans? Dr. Burke motions, seconded by Ms. Palermo. Show of hands, say aye for approval.
Aye.
Motion carries for remedial plans. Ms. Studdard, agreed administrative penalties.
We have one agreed administrative penalty for your review. Board staff asks that you approve this AAP as presented.
I have a motion to approve the AAPs. Dr. Henderson motions and seconded by Dr. Maldonado. Thank you. Any discussion on this? See none. All in favor, say aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
And we do, and I'm obviously we're counting Dr. or Ms. Pride. That's okay. Unanimous. Thank you, board. Consent orders. Ms. Studdard.
We have two consent orders for your review in your materials. Board staff asks that the board approve those consent orders as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Do I have a motion to approve consent orders? Dr. Melcher and seconded by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? See none, raise hand and say aye for.
Aye.
Aye.
Once again, unanimous. Thank you. And pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal, Ms. Studdard.
We have those memos in your materials for your review. Board staff asks that you approve those pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Sis.
It's just motions and seconded by Ms. Palermo. Thank you. Any discussion? See none, raise hands for approval. Motion carries. Thank you. Unanimous. And we're at post IC recommendations of dismissal.
These memos are in your materials. Board staff asks that you approve the post ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Motion. Ms. Jones, motions seconded by, okay, Dr. Burke. Any discussion? See none. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Once again, unanimous. Thank you. Modification order.
We have one modification order at this board meeting in your materials. Board staff requests that you approve that modification order as presented.
Any motion for modification? Dr. Burke motions seconded by, okay, Ms. Palermo. Thank you. Any discussion? See none. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Once again, unanimous vote. Thank you. Motion carries. And we do not have any specific orders, correct? Okay. So there is no specific orders. For that. So next on the agenda is the presiding officer report. And it's our intent, and if you look in your packet, I put a little bit of a summary of what we understand who's assigned to where, and if there's any edits, and thanks to board staff for helping with this. But if there's any edits or anything that is off, let me know. But ideally, since we recently accepted CERTA and credit or CETA,
Yeah.
Okay, we'd like some board representation on those, especially for accepting those exams. So if you look at your packet, so far we have CDCA Reb, with myself, Dr. Henderson, Ms. Palermo, and Ms. Jones.
And Dr. Melcher.
Oh, and Dr. Melcher, okay.
Are you
And-
talking about examiners as well?
Oh, no.
No.
Just-
Oh, okay.
just on the-
You mentioned Dr. Burke.
Well, as an examiner, you're not talking
Right,
about
I'm not talking about
examiners.
examiners as part of the,
Committee. Well,
Right.
I mean, I count examiners as being involved as
Okay,
well, so
say that.
we'll count all of you.
Yeah, we'll count. We all count. And, ADEX, we have Ms. Palermo and Dr. McNeil. Credits, Ms. Palermo. You're taking over Palermo's.
Oh, I went for her.
Right, okay.
Are you gonna continue
Are you
going
gonna-
for her? Okay,
Okay, so we'll make that edit. And,
Well, and but then I'm on the steering committee for credits.
oh,
And then
That's where-
the hygiene exam review committee. We'll just put both of their names since they're.
so we have really good representation.
Yeah, that's good.
A couple of
Mhm.
And we don't have anyone for CERTA and anyone for CETA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So do we have any volunteers? And it doesn't have to be volunteer now, just kind of think about it. And I put down, the states that CETA and CERTA test in. And, hygiene versus dental. Okay.
Do we know how their committees are set up? I mean, do they have like Derb and Herb on each of those boards? Yeah,
I think we don't know because we've never really been involved.
right.
Right.
I'll find out.
I do know that CETA, according to one of our emails, they're having their meeting in October 8-9. And we have a contact, the executive director if that's interested. but-
I'll volunteer for CETA.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And I can help you with CETA.
And do we have anyone to help with CERTA?
That was Miss Jones
Oh,
or
and Dr. Burke.
For CETA,
For
the
CETA.
last one, for Council of
CITA.
Literacy Testing Agencies.
I can speak for a second. So the executive director for CETA, the Council of Interstate Testing Agencies, told me she was going to reach out to all of you and send you some information. So hopefully she did. And so I'll get her contact information out to everybody.
So,
Excuse me.
Dr. Meister.
Excuse me. For CETA, I get messages that I'm already part of their examiners. I have not taken any done any sites with them or anything yet. So you can put me
Include you.
down for that one as well.
Thank you.
Great.
They had recognized it, I guess, earlier in the year, but just never did any testing sites with them.
Okay. I'll
I
list
have kept some emails and contact with them,
So are you talking about being an examiner or are you
Examiner.
talking about being,
the examiner.
oh, okay. Yeah, because I think we've all put down for all the exams. Ms. Jones, and
I haven't seen
you put down for all of them, right?
except for the CERTA.
Except for CERTA
Or credits, I don't do that one.
or critics. Okay.
Dr.
You
Mulder.
can put me down for CETA as well.
Because when I see this, I'm just thinking of who's representing us on their committees, not necessarily examiners. So maybe if we can make two lists,
Yeah.
right?
Dr. Henderson.
I'm happy to serve in capacity.
Okay, Dr. Henderson volunteers for each state regional
I
board.
mean, if not needed, I'm willing to serve.
Wasn't it Dr. McNeil here stuff on
Right.
Yes.
Well, you know, honestly, you guys can decide on, because in October 8, 9, they're allowing one voting member to go
Right.
and one non-voting member. Okay, so if you guys want to decide on who goes, it's in Florida, they're meeting. Okay.
Outside of Orlando.
Look at that. Oh, darn.
All
That's-
expenses.
No,
So, you know, think about CERTA also, you know, if no one does it, I can volunteer for that.
I'm gonna put you down.
Okay. Yes, yeah. And so, okay, so the reports, Dr. Henderson, do you have anything?
Dude, the DERB meeting, the representative of the rep was canceled. They're no longer needing a DERB since they're joining the CDCA. So they notified the meeting was supposed to be October 16th and it's been canceled. So I freed up a weekend now.
Ms. Jones?
Similar. We did, Durban Herb did meet in July and approved the whole merger. And so, and then similar thing. And so the annual meeting is in January. Or CDCA rep.
Do you have any report on?
I do. I attended credits annual meeting, and so I did want to just kind of bring some stuff back to all of you about the direction that the agency is going in. And it was really encouraging. They will start for their credits dental exam. They will start offering complimentary on-site retakes for the first section. That's been going on with the dental hygiene exam, but it's now going to roll over to dental. And then it's $250 for each additional section after that. They made some improvements to their 3D printed models specifically for the dental hygiene exams, and Acaddental, who is the manufacturer of these models, will be releasing it so schools, students can practice what it would be like on the exam, the actual exam itself. They've also are creating a standalone testing site. So say you have a student that doesn't pass the first time, instead of waiting for a school to host it, they can schedule an appointment at the standalone testing site and go take the credits exam and pass and move forward with their licensure. So it's supposed to be something that's open every day of the week and pretty fluid to be able to get into. So they have a trial site right now in Georgia, and then they're looking at making this one at their headquarters. So that was exciting. They're also exploring Semidont virtual haptic testing and working with an organization called Promethean Dental. And so they were on site at this meeting too. And so you got to sit down and do this virtual haptic Semidont like experience. And so they're looking at somehow merging that into their actual testing. So, and they are creating also what's called a CCAP program. And it stands for Clinical Calibration and Assessment Program. And it's a pilot that they're going to pilot this year, but basically their goal is to help schools meet the faculty calibration accreditation needs. So they're piloting it this next year, and then they'll roll it out for market the years after that. They do have a new executive director, Shelley Cobbler, and they were very just encouraging, saying that they would like to attend any of the state board meetings if we would like him here for any questions. They're probably listening online right now. So, you know, they were just very open and very wanting to be involved. And also next year is their 50th anniversary of the organization. So that's something to look forward to. That's my report.
Good report. And I like the fact that they're helping the students, because a lot of schools are limiting, you know, people outside schools to test. So this is kind of a, help for them, because we hear that a lot where, students can't test because they're not in a specific school, right? So I see that being a good issue. But are they gonna allow board members to see what they're doing with that? Okay.
Yes,
And that goes for dental and hygiene.
dental and dental hygiene, yes.
Any questions from Ms. Jones on that excellent report?
No, they also, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Go
She's
ahead.
been busy.
Yes, it is good. And thank you, Lori, for going to that meeting, which reminds me when we're talking with the regional exams, if you can see if it's okay, since there's 3 of us and so many, committees and stuff to be on, if we can interchange if we have to. Like if Lori can't be at one, or I can't be at one, or Margot can't be at one, maybe one of the others can cover for it.
As far as we're concerned, I don't see a problem with that. It's just going to be whether each regional board.
Well, that's what I was,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll find out.
yeah.
I'll email each of them and see where they stand on that, if we can interchange people out. I don't see why not, but. it's-
Right. Well, they also had a presentation, just like Reb did, with the stats between the mannequins and the live patient. And so, and their stats seem to be about equal. I mean, with Reb's, they were coming out with the same outcomes.
And just a reminder, whomever is talking, we're having some issues with, online, the listening. So if whoever's talking, if you could move those pucks in the front closer to you, or help someone, we'll say if Dr. Maldonado is talking, Dr. Burke can move that puck closer to her. We want everyone to be able to hear online, okay? Just housekeeping. In terms of other things, in terms of the appeal report, Ms. Stutter, Ms. Nichols, and I visited with Senator Colkhorst, who's the chair of the HHSC. And this is last week. And I'm just personally thrilled and honored that the chair has a personal interest in our teledentistry bill. And the meeting went very well. And I think we'll continue to work closely with her, stakeholders, and the governor's office about this bill. It's evolving still, but and that concludes my report. Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the Professional Recovery Network report.
Yes, and Raquel messaged me that she has been listening to us and she is prepared to speak whenever we're ready. We can let her in. There she is.
I'm Miss Leal. How are you?
Good morning, I'm good. How are you?
Thank you. And your board packet has the summary of her report. If you want to look through that, and if you think of any questions. Anything you want to talk about, Ms. Leal?
I'll just jump into the report if that's okay. Okay, good morning, board and staff. As mentioned, my name is Raquel Leal, and I am the director for the Professional Recovery Network, also known as PRN. And I am here this morning to present on the fourth quarter's report to the board. And so with that said, I'd like to say and start off by mentioning that PRN continues to receive a steady number of referrals regarding potentially impaired dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants, and compliance by current participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to the board. With regards to staff, we have had some changes over the past couple of months, and in July, we welcomed Madison Norris as a new PRN case manager, and then most recently, in August, PRN welcomed Phoebe Botsford as our newest PRN case manager. And so we are excited now that PRN is fully staffed and we can move forward. I did want to mention something about our seminar. It is our fall seminar that's upcoming and scheduled for Friday, October 22nd. It is scheduled to be online at 11 a.m. Via our seminar web online platform. And we are excited to announce Rachel Garner, LCSW and Group CEO for the Right Step Hill Country and Promises Behavioral Health Center. And Rachel will be presenting this year's topic on a neurological approach to treating addiction and trauma. And so this presentation will discuss behaviors that are commonly seen in those suffering from addiction, alcoholism, and trauma. And she'll also discuss treatment on how to better approach these individuals, more targeted for early recovery from addiction, alcoholism, and trauma. And moving on to the next topic related to COVID, we are still continuing to offer an individualized approach and support and accommodations for our participants. And this includes having participants meet and have the option to meet with our evaluators online, attend recovery-related meetings online, and other online platforms if that is their preference. This also includes PRN regional coordinators who are continuing to provide their monthly regional meetings online or through teleconference. We are working with our PRN approved evaluators and treatment centers to obtain telehealth options for our participants. So that looks more like IOPs are being done virtually. And as I mentioned earlier, we have adapted our recovery meeting attendance processes to accommodate online or teleconferences meetings as preferred. With regards to program visibility, we are now established in the quarterly board newsletter, and we are continuing to look for opportunities for outreach and to increase our outreach efforts to all dental professionals. Moving on to the last topic there, it's about our LBV numbers, and this is for September 1st, 2020 to May 31st, 2021. We submitted this report to the board on June 10th, 2021, and LBV numbers include all licensed dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants currently enrolled in the PRN program. And as listed, it has 14 board-ordered dentists, 0 compelled volunteer dentists, 20 volunteer dentists, 2 board-ordered hygienists, 0 compelled volunteer hygienists, 1 volunteer hygienist, and 0 for board-ordered dental assistants, 0 compelled volunteer assistants, and 0 volunteer dental assistants. And that concludes my report. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Leo? Oh, Dr. Melcher.
Good morning, Raquel. Just wondering for your seminar that y'all have in October, is that open for state board members as well if we wanted to participate online?
It's currently open only for participants, but we can definitely make arrangements if that's something that anyone would be interested in. They can definitely contact me directly and we can talk about it in more detail.
I was just wondering who your participant, who your audience was.
Oh, okay.
And as well, if any of us wanted to join in, if we had the opportunity to do so. The topic is informative, so I just thought maybe one of us could take part in it.
Yeah, of course, definitely. If anyone's interested, like I said, just contact me and we can get that arranged.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
A question, Ms. Leo. I do appreciate the fact that there are some, volunteer dentists and hygienist assistants, because obviously the outreach is working, and the fact that especially mental health is such an important thing, because indirectly we're helping the public, we're protecting the public with that. And I appreciate all your work. I was part of the virtual meeting PRN since I'm part of the advisory committee, and I really appreciated all the input from other disciplines like veterinary and other dentists also. But I thought it was a good meeting. But I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So next on the agenda, we have Continuing Education Review Committee. Dr. Melcher, would you like to lead discussion on that?
Sure, thank you, Dr. Yu. First, I'd like to thank the committee members, Ms. Lois Palermo, Dr. Linda Burke, and of course you as an ex officio that was in attendance yesterday for our meeting. The first item of discussion that we had was upon the committee recommendation and possible action on licensees providing continuing education documentation to the board. And I want to say Ms. Mendez, our director, gave a wonderful, thorough explanation of the process using the VSD strategies. So I thought that was wonderful, gave us some insight as to what's needed, how they go about the process. At some point too, we discussed about maybe inviting a representative from these strategies to come in and to do just a brief acknowledgement, and if they have any other things to add to what Ms. Mendez provided yesterday for us. And then I also, on that note, wanted to recognize TDA has a really nice illustration of how their members can go about when they're doing their CEs. So I thought kudos to Ms. Rhodes on that for getting that together. And then I also, we all went into the next about the committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule 101.1 regarding the initial licensure for dentists with the human trafficking course, and the approval for the recommendation was unanimous. So that will go up for board approval as well. Is that something that we would do now?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do the committee recommendations as a motion if you're ready.
Do you want to separately, or do you want to do them all together?
Let's do them separately.
Okay, so therefore then I'd like to go ahead and put a motion to approve for initial applicants of dentist to take the human trafficking course via the HSSE approved courses that are online.
Dr. Melcher makes the motion to accept the board recommendation with 101.1. This came from committee, so it does not need a second. Do we have any discussion on this? See none. All in favor, or did you want to call roll, or is it just? Okay, let's just do hands. Okay, so all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? See none. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the next item was the committee recommendation and action on the proposed rule of 103.1 for licensure of dental hygienists for their initial application regarding the human trafficking course. And again, this is to be taken by an approved CE or approved course via HHSC. And so I'd like to make the motion to go ahead and approve that as well.
Once again, Dr. Melcher makes the motion to accept the board amendment to 103.1 to include human trafficking, this one for hygiene. Any discussion? Okay, so does not need a second. Once again, show of hands for all in favor of this amendment. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none. Motion again carries unanimously. And just for the public, and we went over this yesterday in our committee, be sure that whoever's taking the human trafficking goes through HHSC for the CE, because there are some human trafficking courses that are not acceptable to the board. Okay, so go through there and you should be okay. And do you want to speak anything for that?
Yes, so the committee has asked that we, the board staff, reach out to HHSC and just ask what their vetting process is for the continuing education, and to ensure that they have education available that is specific for our dental health providers. It does appear that it's broken up by licensees, and so the question of the committee, it's a good question, is what makes those courses different? And so we'll be reaching out to them, and I'll give a report to the committee in December.
And then the next item was the committee recommendation and action on proposed rule 114.6 for the registration or certification for dental assistants regarding the human trafficking course as well. And so the committee would like to propose this to the board for approval.
Dr. Belcher makes the motion to accept the board amendment to 114.6. This one, human trafficking for dental assistance course. This came from committee, so it does not need a second. Show of hands for approval. Okay, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously approved once again. Thank you, board.
Just another recognition. I know TDA has also come up with they have a system which they collect their members' continuing education courses. So I think that's great. So maybe other organizations might want to follow along at some point, or if they, I don't know if they're willing to share some information of how they establish this or what web, what portals they're using or what. But anyway, I thought that was great just to recognize them for that. And that concludes my committee.
Thank you, Dr. Melcher and your committee. At this time, I would like Diane Rhodes, Miss Diane Rhodes, to make a comment. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Diane Rhodes with the Texas Dental Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Thank you, Dr. Melcher. That's what I was going to bring to the board's attention. We have just finished our CE app that should be going live very soon. What that will do for, right now it's for dentists. We hope to expand in the future for hygienists and registered dental assistants. It will help them not only keep track of the CE that they've already accrued, but it will identify for them areas of deficiency so that they are able to get those CE areas addressed prior to their renewal. We are also investigating the possibility of creating a human trafficking course for approval by HHSC. We hope that that will come to fruition. Thank you.
And that's something that I think all licensees need, not just dentists, but hygienists and even dental assistants. I don't know how,
The human trafficking course, if we are able to complete that and get it approved by HHSC, would apply to all members of the team.
Thank you. Any questions for?
Oh, sorry, I was kidding. Sorry.
It's okay.
Do you anticipate a fee for that course?
For the course?
Yeah.
At this point, I don't know. It's in development with our committee that is in charge of our continuing education. So I don't know whether there will be a fee or not. If there is a fee, my understanding is it will be very, very nominal.
Because the one at HSC already has it free. And that's why I didn't know if the TDA was going to get that and put it online and let it be anybody who wanted to use it. Or if there was,
My apologies. At this point, I don't know if it will be free or if there will have to be a nominal charge to cover our cost of creating it and getting it approved.
thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Dr. Molinelli.
And for the app, would that be for just through the App Store or?
Again, my area is policy, legislative, and regulatory, and the app is being done through our for-profit subsidiary, TDA FSI. So I don't know exactly at this point how the app is going to be technically made available. If it'll just be a direct download, or if it'll be, through Google Play or through, the Apple equivalent of the Apple. I'm not Apple, I'm Android, so it's through the Apple app store.
And it may be just a.
I had just a couple of questions. So the program, the computer program that y'all put together and ready to launch, is that for just members of TDA? Or
At this point it is, yes.
Okay. And then if you expand it into hygiene and dental assistants, is that just going to be for, well, and even now, is it just for courses that TDA gives? Or is it for all the courses that they all take?
It will be for, my understanding again, is that, for example, if an applicant or if a licensee needs a course in an XYZ subject area in order to meet their CE requirements, what options would be shown to them would be courses that we've contracted with. So it would either be courses we internally create or course providers that we've contracted with to be available on the app.
Well, but the ones that they've already taken,
And they will upload and it will be in the system.
but it'll just be the TDA courses. that they've
No, I
taken.
mean, no, ma'am.
All of them.
Correct. For
Okay.
example, say that you have the app and you need to load your initial courses that you've already
Right.
taken. It could be any course that is from a recognized, state board recognized CE provider that you've taken in a particular subject area. You'd load that in so the system would know that that course, that you had taken that course and that particular subject area, if it was technical or scientific or controlled substances or sedation, had been met.
That would be valuable. Thank you.
So Ms. Rhodes, not to get into the weeds, because I know this is a new app. Our CE is based on the renewal period. It's not a calendar year. So with this, can you enter okay.
Yes, you'll have to, we're still working out the fine details of this, so I'm just kind of speaking as I understand it now. But when you download the app, you would need to put in your license expiration date. And so things would be based off your individual renewal period.
Any comments or questions? Thank you. Okay, moving on. Next is licensing. Ms. Palermo, great work on your committee. It's always a tough one. So you could give your report, please.
Yes, like Dr. Melcher, I want to thank Ms. Jones and Dr. Maldonado for being at the meeting and helping with all of those. And of course, Dr. Yu for being ex officio. The first business that we took up was Rule 117.1. And if Lauren, do you want to?
Yeah, so, well, this topic was brought to us by Dr. Melcher. She was hearing reports that students or graduates were working in private dental offices without a license. And so staff sent licensees an email, and also we posted on our social media accounts that you cannot practice dentistry without a license. And then as a follow-up to that notice, we did reference yesterday Board Rule 117.1 that there is an exemption for students who are in CODA accredited schools. And so a student is allowed to perform certain operations without pay and the presence are under the direct supervision of a faculty member from a CODA accredited school.
So the committee voted to adopt 117.1. No,
So
that just added on to it.
we just discussed it, but the recommendation that did come out of committee was that you would like board staff to add an attestation to our applications where a hygiene or applicant would attest that they will not work until they receive their license, and that board staff would present that to the committee in December.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when it's presented, does that require a vote since it doesn't, it's not a rule change, it's an editorial change?
I think what
Basically approval, or is it?
I wanted you all to see it in case you had any changes to it. We could vote on it. I mean, there's no harm in that. But it's a recommendation that's coming out of committee to make a change to our applications. I think that should come from you all.
Right, well, that's right, but it's just not Rule 117.1.
Right. We did reference that, but we're not making any rule changes. We're just making a change to our applications.
Dr. Melcher?
Yes, and as Mr. Studdard stated, that this was just because of something that I had heard. And it's not necessarily to change a rule. It was just more to make our licensees or dentists aware. And as we all know, dental hygienists or dental hygiene students and dental students, when they're in CODA accredited programs, they are under the auspices of the institution. So they're being taught and able to practice under, that requirement. But again, this was just merely not necessarily to change something, but just to remind them, do that friendly reminder, because at times there are individuals that may want to do what's called a work interview. And so just wanted to make sure that that also didn't cross any lines with it until they get their licenses.
Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. You, and Dr. Melton, or Ms. Studdard. So this explains why that email was sent around. I didn't know that was actually the reason for the email. So I'm gonna ask this question, since I wasn't in the committee yesterday. If I'm a student of a dental school and I haven't graduated, I can work in a dental office, either a hygienist or dentist, under the auspices of my teacher, according to this rule. So if this faculty member has his private practice and has a student who wants to come and either work or working interview or whatever, they can do that. Or am I misreading into this rule?
There's actually two parts to that rule. So either under the supervision of a faculty member from a CODA accredited school,
Correct.
or an institution that was approved by the board to offer student dental services.
So in this case where you heard students, were these students out of Houston that were working for faculty people?
I'm not going to name the place out of what area, but these were students that had just graduated in May. They're in that period of waiting for their license, but they're already employed, planning to be an associate in this particular practice. And the dentist was having them work, see patients. But that can't happen because as students, they're under the umbrella of institutions. That's how they're able to
Graduates,
treat
they're not
patients.
students.
Right. So they had graduated. So that, I just wanted to make sure I'm reading this rule, because I know a lot of residency guys in there once will go out and do this in a lot of places, in a lot of states.
Dr. Henderson, in response to the residents, it's because they can if they already have a Texas license.
This rule allowed, doesn't require that they have a Texas license. Am I misreading that rule?
This rule applies to students. And so we're not talking about students. We're talking about people who have graduated. They're waiting on their license. There's that time period. If it's, correct me if
That's
I'm wrong.
correct. This is after they had graduated. Like graduation
Yeah.
was May 20th.
Right.
May 21st, they start working for an associate or a practice. And the dentist there
They're no
wants
longer
them to see
students.
patients.
Right.
They're no
And they're-
longer students.
Right.
They're no longer
But it
affiliated.
applies to
They're
any
waiting.
student could do this, could do exactly what I said.
Students can only work in institutions where they're being taught, period.
So, and I think another issue too is the private practice issue. And our rule specifically says regarding dental interns and dental residents, they cannot engage in a private practice setting. It has to be a board approved facility or institution that it's been vetted by us first, and then they can provide these dental services under supervision.
Well, I was just gonna say it was getting to sound like we were doing some committee work again, so I think, well, the committee had voted to move forward with the attestation. So
That was the
that's
committee
bottom
recommendation.
line, right? So. Do you have? Then the next business that we took up was, pardon?
Apologies. We do need a vote because there was a committee recommendation
Okay.
that was made to add the attestation to, if anybody wants to make a motion. But that is the motion.
Then the committee came out.
The
with the
committee
motion.
recommendation, sorry,
Yeah.
so it doesn't require a second.
Right.
So, okay, Ms. Palermo makes the motion to add the estate.
Attestation, it's a hard word. I
Attestation.
had to say it a lot yesterday.
To the applications for both dental and dental hygiene. And it will be, the exact wording will be presented in the next meeting. And this came from committee, so no second. Do we have a vote for approval?
Further discussion.
Further discussion?
The attestation goes to the application for license.
It's just gonna be a box on the application.
Right.
As a reminder to our students not to work once they've graduated, before they're licensed. And they would just, yes, I promise, or I'll figure out.
I'm aware of it.
Yes,
And the
Yeah.
penalty for that is perjury and removal and complete elimination of a license. We did that with the anesthesia committee, and I just wanna know where, if someone attests, what is gonna be our penalty?
that's a good question.
Can that bring brought back in December?
Yeah, we could discuss that in
Yeah.
December.
Dr. Melcher.
Dr. Henderson, I think one of the things that I learned from I can't remember who I reached out to about this, was that it would be the dentist would also be in trouble with a lot of this information. But I do agree with you. What is going to be the penalty for a student if there's one?
Well, we did discuss this in committee yesterday, and it would be unlicensed practice, which would be how we treat it. And I guess the attestation would just be additional, right, it would be part of the disciplinary case against the person, because they are aware of, ignorance is not a defense in that situation, because you've attested that you're aware that you should not be working until you have the license. But we can discuss it, we can flush that out at committee in December.
I do want to make one comment, because I do think you brought up a good point. I think the bigger concern is the dentist that is actually employing the individual that is not licensed to practice in Texas. I think that's the bigger problem, because the students don't graduate and have a patient base. So obviously there's somebody recruiting them that shouldn't be doing that. And that is also an issue. I just wanted to make that comment.
We can bring these issues up at the next licensing committee meeting. But I appreciate all the comments for that. Some good points that we definitely need to bring back up and table.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's get going. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, then the next business in order is the committee recommendation and action on the requested for exception to the board rules for A 2022-Q1-DDS1. The committee recommends and adopted that this request for exception not be granted.
Would the board like to hear from this applicant?
Yes.
He,
And Ms. Mendez. Are they here?
Vishwamitra.
I don't believe they're on the line.
Vishwamitra.
so would you,
And we,
Oriola, King, Solomon, and Sutter.
That's not right. So she's not on the line. Would you like Ms. Mendez to give the
Yes.
board the summary that she gave the committee yesterday? Ms. Mendez, do you mind giving the board the same summary you gave the committee yesterday for this applicant? We're on DS1.
Good morning, board members. Dr. Vishamitra, her application was tabled from the June meeting, pending additional information regarding whether or not the AEGD program she took at New York Lutheran Medical Center was in fact CODA approved. We have since received updated information from Ms. Blackwood over with CODA ADA, confirming that the program that she took was in fact a approved accredited program at that time. And as a reminder, Dr. Vishamitra, she submitted an application for licensure by credentials, and she was requesting a special or exemption to board rules since she did not complete a CODA accredited, or I'm sorry, she did not graduate from a DDS or DMD degree or DDS DDM program.
Any questions or comments, Ms. Mendez?
The committee recommendation was to deny her request for exemption.
Yeah, and this is a tough one because she's serving in the Indian Health Service in El Paso as the sole dental director and dentist there. and she's unable to bill or, help as far as, increasing the income for the Indian Health Service, since she doesn't have a Texas license. And again, this was tabled from the previous meeting, pending, confirmation that her, was it the AGD or something that was CODA, whether it's CODA approved or not, but, I think the committee voted to deny her request for exceptions. The comments or
I have a question. If she was dental director, was she actively treating patients or was she doing more administrative work?
She's on federal land and she's licensed in Virginia.
There was also another dentist, Dr. Chavarria, that she said that at this time wasn't working at the Indian Health Service because of, they had one operatory, and when they did operative dentistry, there wasn't enough room for both dentists, but I believe he is a Texas licensed dentist.
further discussion on this case? Okay. Would you like to call roll?
I would.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Dr. David Yu,
For,
Ms. Lori Jones, against. Dr. Brian Henderson,
or,
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Against.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke,
For.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Sorry, what was Dr. Burke's?
was for,
Four.
Dr. Ms. Catherine Sith,
Four.
Ms. Marquita Pride,
4.
that's 6, 4, and 3 against. The motion passes.
okay, so remember, the motion is the committee's recommendation to deny the request. Does that make sense?
Oh,
Oh,
So in other words.
yeah, I was voting the other way too.
Roll this. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. So the committee's recommendation is to deny the
Right.
request
Right.
for exception to the board rule, which means that if you vote for, then you're essentially, denying her request for a license.
Okay,
For the committee
So you're
recommendation.
for the motion.
okay. My vote's switched.
Okay.
Sure.
So in other words, you're either for the
Right.
motion, okay, or against, not, so we're not talking about licenses, we're talking about the motion.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
Dr. David Yu,
against,
Okay.
what?
They want to change their vote, so we'll just do a revote.
We'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
ready? Dr. David Yu,
Against,
Ms. Lori Jones, against. Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Or.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Or.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Or
Ms. Catherine Sith,
Or.
Ms. Marquita Pride.
Or.
And that would be 7, 4, and 2 against. Motion carries.
motion passes 7-4-2 against. Do you want us to review the roll?
Are we good?
We're good.
We're good.
Okay,
Okay.
so the motion passes to deny the request for board exception.
And the next business in order is a request for exception to the board rule B 2022-Q1-DDS2. The committee voted to accept the exception to the board rule. And does Wendy not Wendy, I'm sorry. Ms. Mendez want to,
Would the board like a summary or to speak with this applicant?
Yes.
Summary from Ms. Mendez. So Ms. Mendez, do you mind giving the board the same summary you gave the committee yesterday?
Yes, board members. Board staff deferred the applicant to the licensing committee. The applicant requested for approval for a remediation program. Dr. Sun Wu applied for licensure by examination. Staff noticed that the applicant had taken, had successfully passed the prosthodontic section on her 4th attempt. Staff noticed that their remediation was not board approved, and we deferred it to the committee for approval of the remediation that Dr. Sunwoo took.
The committee recommendation was to grant her request for exception to board rule, to grant.
Dr. Melcher.
So this is, we're accepting, even though it wasn't a board-approved course, we're going to accept the course she took.
Well, it wasn't
remediation.
pre-approved.
Was it pre-approved?
Right, it was a.
It is an approved course. It would just.
Okay.
It just wasn't pre-
Thank you.
Thank you. That was my question to the committee. What, the course was an approved course she took. She just didn't
Right.
ask for it
Right.
prior. And my next question, do you mind saying what the vote was at the committee?
Unanimous.
Thank you.
And just to note that time frame from the attempts was like the 3rd to the 25th. And so those 80 hours were in that, and it was also a different state. And so, unknowing of this pre-approval requirement.
Right, thank you, Lori.
Well, it's really hard. A lot of people don't know that's in our rule.
Right,
Yeah, but it's really hard to find a lot of courses that are quality courses where a graduate can go and get that education. Many times, I feel that it's on the institution to train them, but a lot of times they kick them out the door and they have no places to go. So I just wanted to make sure that.
And she did take the 80 hours and then immediately passed the
right.
exam. So the motion by Ms. Palermo was to accept the committee recommendation to approve 22 Q1 DDS 2. This does not need a second, and show of hands for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none. Motion passes. All right.
Okay, the next business in order was a request for exception to board rule C 2022-Q1-DDS 3. And the committee voted unanimously to accept the exception to board rule.
Any discussion? Okay, so the motion is to accept the committee recommendation 2022 Q1 DDS 3. We want a summary from Ms. Mendez or?
The board like a summary. Should we just, okay. Ms. Mendez, do you mind giving us a summary for this one as well?
Yes, DDS, this applicant submitted a licensure by foreign graduate licensure. He completed a CODA approved endodontics program. He's taken both the regional and national exam. His request for exception was that the regional board had been taken in 2013, and the exception was granted for the waiver of the 5-year mark. It was over 5 years that he last took it.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, see none. Do we want to call roll on this?
Sure. Dr. Yu,
Accept.
Ms. Jones, 4. Dr. Henderson,
Accept.
Ms. Palermo,
Accept.
Dr. Melcher,
4.
Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado,
4.
Ms. Sis,
4.
Ms. Pride.
4.
That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, board. Ms. Palermo.
Yes, the next discussion was a request for exception to board rule D 2022 Q1-DDS 4. The committee voted to not make an exception to the board rule.
Ms. Mendez, will you go ahead and give us that summary? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This applicant also submitted an application for foreign graduate licensure. She took a national board. She took a state exam with the District of Columbia, and she has completed a pediatric program with Howard University. Her request for exception was the regional board over the last 5 years, but unfortunately, per the rule, we don't accept state exams for licensure for foreign graduate licensure, which is another method of by exam.
Any discussion, board, on this case?
Dr. Eaton, so just for clarification, the committee denied this request, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think part of it was that she was, took the regional board in DC.
Yeah,
Is that
state
correct?
exam.
And we don't know if it was a regional, part of a regional exam or not. Plus, it was taken in 1997 too. So the motion on the floor is to deny the request for exception to board rules. And I guess we can call it roll.
Sure. Do you want to have any further discussion?
Any further discussion?
If you want to hear from her, I think she is online.
Dr. Yu,
Or
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo, 4, Dr. Melcher, 4, Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado, 4, Ms. Sips, Ms. Sis,
Oh, I'm sorry. 4.
and Ms. Pride.
4.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
thank you.
You know, I do want to say one thing about the committee and Ms. Mendez. She does a tremendous job with looking at every angle of granting exceptions to foreign trained dentists and dentists coming in from other states. And the committee looked at not just how they put in their application as far if they wanted to do it by licensure, by exam, or licensure by credentials. And there are so many nuances in that I just wanted to let everybody know that we looked at all of that when we were making our decisions. So, and that does take time, and I appreciate the committee so much for doing homework and everything. Okay. Next discussion was a request for exception to board rule E 2022-Q1-DDS5. The committee voted to deny the exception to board rule.
Ms. Mendez.
So, yes, ma'am. This applicant submitted a licensure by credentials. Staff would not approve the application he did not graduate from a DDS or DMD program. He has completed a residency program in operative dentistry and master science. He has taken the national board and the regional board.
And, you know, just for the record also that this particular applicant took operative dentistry, which is not a recognized specialty board. Also, the regional board was more than 5 years, right? Okay. And so the committee recommendation is to deny the exception to board rules. Any further discussion? So the motion, that's the motion.
Sure. Dr. He and his attorney are available if the board. Yeah, we're good.
Well, it's the attorney that representing the online.
Yes.
That's what I figured. That I want to make someone aware that he represented.
Would you like to hear from Dr.
I don't care. Too.
Just available. I'm just letting you know they're available.
I read his report.
Okay. Yeah. My apologies.
Dr. Yu,
4.
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo,
4.
Dr. Melcher, 4, Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado,
4.
Ms. Sips, 4, Ms. Pride.
4.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. So the motion carries. Ms. Palermo?
The next business we took up was a request for exception to board rule number F 2022-Q1-DDS6. The committee voted unanimously for exception to board rule.
To grant the request.
Yes.
Mendez, will you please give us a summary of that one as
Yeah.
well?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Khan failed the endodontic component of the REB for the 3rd time per board rule, requires board approval prior to taking the remediation. Our office received a request for remediation from Texas A&M University with Dr. Griffin's office.
So the committee's recommendation was to approve her request for exception to board rule and to allow her to take the remediation course.
I just have a clarification. Is it an exception to a board rule or we're just approving the remediation?
We're just approving the remediation.
Okay.
Any questions on this, board? The motion on the floor is to allow the.
Right.
To grant her
allow the-
request.
Right.
Request for remediation of this particular course for licensure, okay? All right,
Dr. Yu?
4. Dr. Henderson, did you have?
Well, I had a question. We're approving this course, but she still then
She doesn't have a license.
has to take and pass the board.
Yes.
So I want to make sure we're not granting her a license. just 'cause she
No,
takes
no,
this course.
just allowing her to take remediation.
Thanks.
4.
Ms. Jones, 4. Dr. Henderson?
4.
Ms. Palermo?
Or
Dr. Melcher?
4.
Dr. Burke?
4.
Dr. Maldonado?
4.
Ms. Sisk?
4.
Ms. Pride?
4.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Motion passes unanimous vote. Thank you, board. Ms. Palermo?
next business in order that we took up was the currently proposed rule from June 18th, 2021. The Administrative Code 108.55. The committee voted unanimously to adopt this rule.
Yes, so the rule was simply to update subsection A to include 3 additional specialty areas that were recently added to Board Rule 108.54. Those specialty areas were oral medicine, dental anesthesiology, and oral facial pain, and no comments were received regarding adoption of this amendment.
So the motion is to approve the board amendments to 108.55. Any discussion on this? Seeing none.
Dr. Yu?
4.
Ms. Jones, 4. Dr. Henderson?
4.
Ms. Palermo?
4.
Dr. Melcher? 4. Dr. Burke?
4.
Dr. Maldonado?
4.
Ms. Sisk?
4.
Ms. Pride?
4.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Palermo?
And the next business in order we took up was pertaining to House Bill 139, relating to the state occupational licensing of certain military veterans and military spouses. The committee voted to accept, and we put the dentists and dental hygienists together in this room.
Sure. So this rulemaking is in response to HB 139 requiring licensing boards to make rules regarding proof of residency. If we have a residency requirement in our rules, we have 2 rules that do relate to this, one for dentists, one for hygienists. Dentist is 101.14 and hygienist is 103.10. And in response to a great question from Ms. Jones yesterday, I did want to clarify that this is a very narrow rule that applies to us. This isn't our general rule for military spouses that may be seeking licensure in the state. This is very narrow for spouses who are stationed, and it's only limited to 3 years or while the spouse is licensed here. So that's why the bill required change of station. So, but this is in response to legislature, and we're just applying those requirements.
So the motion is to accept the board's recommendation to amend 101.14 and 103.10. Any discussion on this? Oh, Dr. Melcher.
So clarification.
Yes.
This is only during the time that they are living here in Texas.
Right, this is an alternative licensing that we're required to have by statute. It's limited to the time that the spouse is stationed in Texas, not to exceed 3 years if the spouse is stationed here longer. And if the military spouse would prefer to go the full licensure route rather than the authorization route, they are still welcome to do this. This is just an alternative for a limited authorization. Excuse me.
Any other questions or discussion? See none. Would you like to do
Sure. Dr. Yu?
4.
Ms. Jones, 4. Dr. Henderson?
4.
Ms. Palermo?
4.
Dr. Melcher?
4.
Dr. Burke?
4.
Dr. Maldonado?
4.
Ms. Sisk?
4.
Ms. Pride?
4.
Thank you, it's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Palermo?
That concludes my report.
Thank you for your work and the committee's work, Ms. Palermo. So next on the agenda, Dr. Burke will be discussion on the dental practice committee.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. I want to also thank my committee, which was composed of Dr. Yvonne Maldonado, Dr. Brian Henderson, Ms. Lois Palermo, Ms. Catherine Sisk, myself, and Dr. David Yu as ex officio. We had 2 agenda items in our committee, and out of the 2 agenda items, we actually have 3 action items, and I'll go one by one just to kind of simplify and make it easier to follow. Our first agenda item was a committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule 108.7 minimum standard of care, which was published in July 9th, the Texas issue of the Texas Register. And our committee voted unanimously to approve that. So I'm bringing forward that to the full board today. And I was going to ask Ms. Studdard to please give us an overview of that rule, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. So this rule just takes out the minimum standards of safe practice. Basically the emergency rule to our 108.7 pertaining to COVID-19 updates the rule to take that language out, and no comments were received regarding this amendment.
So the motion is to accept the board staff recommendation in amending the minimal standard of care. This came from committee, no seconds needed. Any further discussion on this?
Dr. Yu,
4.
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo,
4.
Dr. Melcher, 4, Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado, Ms. Sisk,
4.
Ms. Pride.
4.
It's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, board. Dr. Burke?
Okay, our next agenda item was committee recommendation and possible action on rulemaking pertaining to House Bill 2056 relating to the practice of dentistry and the provision of teledentistry dental services. So we actually, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Burke.
Mhm.
So my suggestion on how we should handle this committee item is to allow the full board to have discussion, take public comment, and then get into the committee recommendation.
Okay, perfect. So out of House Bill 2056, just to clarify, because it does get a little bit confusing, we do have 2 rules that are coming out of House Bill 2056. So we're going to take those individually and separately. We did the same thing yesterday in our committee. We felt it was probably going to be a little more productive to do our discussion prior to taking action. And I do want to let everyone know we did have a stakeholder meeting, and it was a very productive stakeholder meeting. And any of our stakeholders that are listening today, I want to thank everyone for participating, because obviously it's uncharted waters for our state, but it's an exciting time. It's just a lot. It's a lot of work that we're going to have to kind of go through, but we encourage healthy conversation, and we want people to bring up points that maybe we're not thinking about, and even amongst ourselves. But our stakeholders played a vital role, and I want to thank our stakeholders for being here that day and helping us. And I especially want to thank Ms. Casey Nichols and Ms. Lauren Studdard for facilitating that meeting for us. And of course, Dr. David Yu was present to help with that as well. But what I'm going to do now is defer to Ms. Studdard to kind of give our overview at this time.
So like Dr. Burke said, there's 2 proposed rules in your materials. One of them is Board Rule 108.16 pertaining to the provision of teledentistry services, and the other one is Board Rule 108.74 pertaining to call coverage agreements. So according to the bill, the board is tasked to adopt rules by March 1st of 2022. I imagine this adoption, this rule, once we decide what it's going to look like, won't be adopted until our February meeting, because we do have the governor's office who has to review it. I also wanted to mention that we received several comments from our stakeholders during our August 11th stakeholder meeting, and those comments are in your materials as well. One of the main comments that we received was, or a request was that we should put an inpatient examination requirement in the proposed teledentistry rule prior to beginning treatment, and at least 1 follow-up examination within a minimum of 12 months. However, that specific language is not in our proposed teledentistry rule because the board's rule 108.7 already establishes a physical examination requirement. And the proposed teledentistry rule does refer to the standard of care. And with that, Dr. Burke. I'll pass it on.
Okay, thank you. So going back to that, our committee did vote unanimously to approve our proposed rule 108.16 with changes that were made yesterday that are now part of your board packet. And I hope everyone had a chance to look over those changes. They are highlighted in red to make it easier for you to see what the changes are. And now,
This is a time for board members to have a discussion, and then when you're ready, we'll hear from the public.
Any comments? Mr.
I have a question, and I was just wanting clarification on the proposed rule under E2 and 2A. When it states the healthcare service, I was just wanting an explanation of healthcare service versus a dental service.
What page is that on?
which item are you referring to?
It's on page 2. It's under E, 2A, 2 and 2.
Just under the practice of teledentistry highlighted. It's on the page. It's on the
I
first
see
page,
it.
halfway through the page.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, we could include, like we did for the health professional, include dental before home care to make it more clear.
I think that would be appropriate in both of those. Mhm. Yes. Another question?
Oh, Ms. Jones.
Yes, further down when we're looking under 5, and I guess that would be a 1. When we're talking about the information needing to be displayed on a website and provided in writing, I guess I just wanted clarification of what the provided in writing would look like.
It would have to be part of the informed consent materials that's provided to the patient.
So digitally provided in writing, we're not talking about mailing something or hard copy, correct?
I think the digital part of it was covered by the website, and maybe it's implied that it's hard copy in writing.
So
but
for teledentistry services, we would require something in writing.
we can,
I mean, hard copy writing, not like.
yeah. We could be more specific.
We could be more specific, or we could say that provided in writing is an email.
Okay.
I think I personally see an email or some consent form that had that information submitted to the patient. I'm the one that took out because they had oral, obviously. And if you had a buried website somewhere on the hill, the person that you're talking to doesn't have a way to find out who the dentist or assistant or hygienist treated me.
Right.
That should be something that you give the patient when you initiate, whether it's by hard copy or whether it's here's my consent form, here's who I am, here's how to find me, come to my office. Being upfront with the person as opposed to burying it on a website. And that was the reason. I look at this as I read it with just or and, that make them also have a website. And to me, that's the rub here. This teledentistry person must have a website, and I guess that's the new modern way to do it.
Well,
What if they don't have one?
take out website?
Well, I mean, do we think a website is a requirement for that information?
And they may not have a website, so it's.
Well, and the way this is written, they must have a website.
Right.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, this is part of the informed consent also. You know what I mean? So we have to focus it as part of the informed consent.
Yes.
So I agree with the written, because it could be digital or written. And all informed consents have to be written. Right.
All right, is there any further discussion or comments?
Where do we fall on the
I
website?
don't know.
Verbiage.
Yes, sorry.
What do you think?
I agree with Dr. Henderson, I think the website is not necessary here. I think though that it would be very good to specify how the patient gets the written information, email or hard copy. You can put both of the email or mail.
Or digital or.
Or postal mail, yeah.
Provided in writing. So we're removing website and we're going to say provided in writing to the patient either
Electronically or hard.
Do we need to specify if you
I
say
don't,
in
I don't
writing,
think
it's in
so.
writing? I mean,
That's what I think.
You're either getting an email or a letter or.
But we have to keep the information
Leaves it open for
publicly displayed.
Yes, so
That's
publicly
part of the
displayed, we're just taking out website, and so it will still say must be publicly displayed,
right.
right?
That's better.
You have an office, you publicly display.
And then provide it to the person via email or letter.
Any other comments? Ms. Palermo?
Yes, I had one on page 2E1. It states that a dentist, dental hygienist, or dental assistant who delivers teledentistry services to a patient, ... Since dental assistants are under direct supervision, I don't know.
It's
How
still,
we're-
they still have to be part of the Dental Practice Act. So they're, I mean, you may speak better for it.
it would have to be a registered dental assistant. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, they're still under direct supervision, and so it's almost like, okay, what are they gonna do without the direct supervision?
Direct supervision could be digitally done. That's what it's
Where
allowing.
is that?
That's what's on.
Huh?
Where is that stated?
Well, that's part of
That's
the
what this whole thing is,
teledentistry.
yeah.
That if I'm the dentist and I send you out to a patient,
So
Oh.
we need to have another definition of direct supervision then, because
Nope.
the rest of, but the rest of the standard of care states that the dentist has to be on the premises for direct supervision. So
That is correct.
well, that's why I was gonna provide anesthesia services from here. I was gonna have 5 people out there in case. Yeah.
Well, that's one, sorry,
Yes.
that's one specific scenario, right? But this rule is written so that dental assistants may participate in teledentistry. And they still have to meet the standard of care. So their supervising physician might be in the building with them, but the patient might not be. So it's still up to that registered dental assistant to practice within their scope. And am I making sense? Yes.
well, so you're saying they would be on the premises with the dentist doing teledentistry?
Well,
Right, teledentistry doesn't just mean that the dentist is away. It might mean that the patient's away.
Right, well, that's what I'm trying to get straight.
Yeah.
here. Yeah, okay.
So this
I
is
just
just to
don't-
allow them to participate in teledentistry as well.
Well, I just don't want the dentist thinking that they can just put an assistant out there with a patient and do whatever.
Well, they wouldn't be able to do that with or without teledentistry. So it,
Well, that's what, yeah,
They still have to practice within their scope.
Right.
okay.
Dr. Melcher?
But I think, if I hear you right, Ms. Palermo, is that I think the word practice for assistants is not something that they really do. They're
Right.
not licensed to practice to provide care. So I think we could get into a little bit of a gray area when there may be an issue that if the patient is presenting the issue to them, they are not allowed to diagnose or give recommendations. I basically see it as that they would just gather the information and then give it to the dentist, but the dentist would be then the one to provide the information, not them.
That's right. And that's why the rule is written. It says delivers teledentistry services. It does not say practice.
But even. I don't know,
And-
does deliver, do you feel Ms. Calero still is a broad
Well,
word?
you're delivering teledentistry services. And that implies that they're providing services.
Well, dental assistants, they grade graphs, they can do things.
But not without being under the direct supervision of the dentist.
Dr. Burke?
Okay, so those are topics that we did discuss. And I think what we need to remember is the main thing with teledentistry is whether you're a dentist, a hygienist, or an assistant, you do not go out of the scope of practice, what is allowable for you in an in-person setting. So even though now we're talking teledentistry, if it's something you would normally not be able to do as an assistant, doesn't now give you the ability to do so because it's teledentistry. So that is something that we discussed, and we need to make sure everybody is clear on that because that is very important. Also, we do have a restriction in the rule that you probably saw as far as a dentist delegating out any duties. They're not able to oversee more than 5 individuals. And that did come out of statute. It's not a number we just came up with. That did come out of statute. But I think there are certain situations, Ms. Palermo, where a dental assistant can do certain things like help remove an appliance that maybe is broken or in a situation like that, but not, I mean, there's not a whole lot they can do, granted, but what they are allowed to do, they are part of the teledentistry rule as well. So, I mean, we have to address them in the rule, but they cannot do things that they can normally not do in an in-person setting, if that makes sense.
Well, I just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody that you can't have 5 assistants out there doing things without.
Start.
Oh, and we do have a rule, or our RDA rule, that says they're only limited to 2 things for under general supervision, and that's taking x-rays and performing minor emergency treatment. Those are the only 2 things they can do under general supervision. And so that's already established in rule, and I don't think we need to include that in our teledentistry.
Okay.
That standard does not change whether it's.
Right. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
I had a question before we go on to public comment. Just some clarification of your initial comment, Ms. Studdard, about, and I know it goes back into here that it's subject to the same standard of care would apply the provision of the same healthcare service procedure. And so you mentioned about the initial exam, the tactile exam that's required. So we're still going to require patients in this teledentistry setting to have seen that dentist first.
Well, it's referring back to 108.7. So 108.7 says a physical exam must be done at the initial appointment and updated when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so.
So is that an in-person physical exam?
We interpret that to be an in-person exam.
So this would only be applicable, this teledentistry would only be applicable to the patients in that dentist practice. So you have somebody call in that's a new patient, you can't see them televisit, telehealth, like the doctors are doing now. I just wanted clarification.
And did it say also, may I ask a question? Did it also say, Ms. Studdard, within a reasonable amount of time to see the patient within a reasonable amount of time? So if you have an emergency on a new patient, as long as there's within a reasonable amount of time, they have that in-person exam, even though it didn't state the time frame, which I believe Dr. Henderson was concerned about, possibly.
I thought that would have been necessarily maybe after seeing the initial, and they could be an emergency. But are we saying that they have to have an initial in person is my question.
It's my understanding that that's how the board interprets rule 108.7 is that they have to have an in-person initial exam.
Dr. Henderson.
So, yeah, that was the real question that I struggled with yesterday on teledentistry of the non-existing patient of your practice and how it impacts. But if you look at the standard of care, a patient today calls the dentist to get an appointment. They're not a patient of record till they show up to the office, fill out the paperwork. So there's their inpatient exam. And so that's kind of the standard. That doesn't mean you can't see this patient and talk to the patient and all that, but they don't really become a patient of record till you do that inpatient exam. My question was, if you're out there consulting too much without doing that exam, when does that become treatment out there before they become a patient of record? So if you look through there, they talked about this opioid, 48 hours. To me, I would say that interprets that you have 48 hours to see this patient after you consult them to make them a patient of record and do that exam. But I don't know. It doesn't say that. It's what it does. And sometimes the laws or the rules are best say something that's not there. Everything else is good. So if you get too specific of putting time frame, you're going to have people that are say, well, 72 hours is really the better day because it was Labor Day weekend. So I don't, it kind of depends what a regional prudent dentist would do, and just leave it at that.
Ms. Nichols.
Right, so to that end, what Dr. Henderson, the point Dr. Henderson is making is what Ms. Sutter and I were just discussing, is that we've always interpreted the 108.73, maintain and review an initial medical history and perform a limited physical examination for all patients. That was pretty much where the board has hung their hat on why teledentistry was not allowed in this state. But with this bill and with rules that we're adopting, it does open up the discussion about when does the initial medical history need to be taken, just like you said. It's when, per the rule, it's when you're performing that limited physical evaluation. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the first time you're interacting with that patient, just needs to be done.
Okay, so there is the flexibility to see a patient and then have them in person.
That's my understanding.
And the way I interpret it is that it's really what 108.7, what a reasonable and prudent dentist would do under similar or the same circumstances. And I mean, the problem with teledentistry, and it's maybe not a problem, is that, you really can't do exactly what the board rule says, but, you can do it to the best of your ability, whether it's in the initial screening, someone you seeing maybe a stain on a tooth. At some point, you're going to have to see the patient, and that's when you do your exam, your, palpation and the whole thing. So, I mean, there is the nature of teledentistry doesn't allow exactly for that, but a reasonable and prudent dentist has to do it the way they feel like is in the best interest of the patient.
And a reminder to the board is that the standard of care doesn't change. The standard of care that is established in our rules doesn't change whether the patient is seen virtually or in person.
So can you do the exam virtually?
It says a physical exam.
What
So
was the legislative intent for teledentistry? Was it for rural patients and emergencies? Or what was their intent when they?
Patient access to care, I think, is the intent.
And so to me, the gray area that we get to deal with, or the agency's going to get to deal with, is what do you do with the complaints that come out that were a week before they got their physical exam, or a month, or when is going to be the rubber meets the road criteria on what a reasonable, prudent dentist do, because there's a lot of dentists that they can pull 50 on one side and other people pull 50 on this side, and they're both reasonable because they both have 50. So it in some ways great to send this out for comment, tighten up some of the information, maybe have stakeholders, but to me, that's the big issue here.
I think in the end, it's the burden of proof on the dentist and the corporations doing it on how they can meet the standard of care. in our interpretation.
Well,
So
it's for disciplinary cases. We're a complaint-based agency, so we're not going out after people. We get a complaint usually from a patient, and then we have a panel of reviewers who will review that. And if the practitioner who's being accused disagrees with those our expert panel, then that's litigated at SOA. That's not for this board to decide at that point.
Dr. Melcher.
I understand where you're coming from, Casey, but I think for me is that we also have to be very specific in our language, because I think when we do get into ISCs, then we get into those gray areas. And then we're like, well, what do we do? It really doesn't state specifically. So I think this is a good time, as you stated in your introduction, that to gather all the healthy suggestions, everything that we need to be specific, that we can be specific about, and put it. And so I think this is something that maybe, do we table this and take it back to committee, put some logistics, or I don't know maybe what Dr. Henderson's wanting more, but I think maybe we do need to be a little more specific though.
Go ahead, you'll do better.
So we do have a statutory deadline to get a rule adopted, which is by March of 2022. So our recommendation would not be to table it. It'd be to move forward, because this is just a proposal. There's going to be plenty of time for feedback from consumers. We've also floated the idea of another stakeholder meeting. We'll get feedback from the governor's office. So what's proposed today is not the end.
Okay, so then I agree with that. I think then we take it forward, but then we allow maybe another opportunity for stakeholder, and then and each of us, whether that requires another emergency meeting just for teledentistry, where we all come together as a board to hear what has been presented and go from there.
And just FYI, the rules that are proposed is statute. We're not interpreting anything. There's not much that we're doing outside the realm of statute.
And we have to be careful, because getting too specific, because the statute specifically says the standard of care is the same. So if we're going to get specific in our teledentistry rule, we have to go back to our 108.7 rule and get specific there. And we don't want to do that.
Any other comments, board? Good discussion.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, public comments now. Public comments.
Ready to open up. So I know we have 2 virtual public comments. Did we have any in-person public comments? We'd like to take those first. Did you do a sign-in card?
Right here.
Perfect. And anyone else that would like to speak today, please fill out one of those cards and give it to Ms. Richardson, and we will.
I wasn't sure if I was going to testify, and I'm a lifelong staffer, so I typically have tons in front of me, so forgive me for looking at my phone occasionally for notes.
Just FYI, if you could announce, who you are, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes typically. And just a reminder, the meeting is being recorded and
live streamed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Brandy Marquez, and I'm happy to be here today on behalf of Smile Direct Club. You were asking about legislative intent, and I just wanted to briefly talk about the experience at the legislature. As you all know, this legislation was contemplated previously in a session, did not pass. And of course, one of the main issues in play was that requirement of the in-person appointment. And this last session, that was absolutely part of the conversation again. In fact, in the House, we had another piece of legislation filed by the vice chairman of the Public Health Committee that did include a requirement for that in-person meeting. As you all know, the bill that ultimately passed, House Bill 2056, did not include that in-person meeting. So just for a little bit of background. And Dr. Burke, to your point about uncharted territory, while this is new and exciting time in teledentistry, this is not uncharted territory because we can look at telehealth as a blueprint for how to proceed forward here. So that teledoc started, I think, in about 2011 in Texas. And at the crux of that issue, again, was the pre-existing relationship with the doctor. There was a lot of litigation that was at play there. The medical board at that time did believe that there needed to be that pre-existing relationship. There was lots of lawsuits. There was intervention by the Department of Justice, by the Federal Trade Commission, but ultimately the legislature did intervene and they passed a law which this bill very much mirrors. Same code and everything. And that legislation made that lawsuit moot because it took away that requirement ultimately for that in-person visit. So just wanted to give you a little background on that. And there's plenty that you all can look at. And I think it will be a very robust comment period to your point. And we certainly look forward to engaging and being helpful with anything that we can. So we look forward to that very much, but there is a lot that you all can look to, and we look forward to being helpful in any way we can on that. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I wanted to thank you for coming and presenting. And just to clarify, I meant that it's new to Texas because we all understand that teledentistry has been around and that there are so many other states that have been doing and practicing teledentistry now for years. But thank you for coming, and we appreciate your input, and be on the lookout because we may decide to have another stakeholder meeting, and we definitely welcome you then as well.
Absolutely. We look forward to participating, and I agree, this is very exciting for Texas. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments, Dr. Henderson? I have one.
Please.
Yes, sir. My question is, dentistry is a little different to me than medicine. My wife practices telemedicine. She's a radiologist. And she, went out for residency in 2005. She's been working for her same residency group in Dallas all this time. And it's been working great as a radiologist. And as a radiologist, you just look at an image.
Sure.
Okay. Dentistry, how do telehealth and teledentistry providers probe and check for gum disease and look for carious lesions, or if it's a stain, or look for cancerous lesions, look for pathology in the bone, soft tissue. In dentistry, I can see some limitations. That's my point. You know what I mean? And let's say you just get a digital image. You still are probing. You may see gingival erythema. That doesn't mean there's periodontal disease.
Sure.
You see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely. And I will say that at the beginning of telemedicine, it was all very scary too. You are diagnosing someone who is complaining for issues with a strep throat, who can't get to, they can't get to a medical clinic and take a test confirming strep throat. Do you let it run its course as a virus for 3 more days, or do you prescribe antibiotics? These issues are not necessarily new. It's just new here, and it's a little bit scary. I can speak on behalf of only on my client. I'm more familiar, of course, with their practices with Smile Direct Club. And so what that looks like for us is that the images are taken, they're sent to a Texas dentist who reviews those images. And I will say conservatively, I believe the actual number is 24%, but just want to be very, very conservative in talking to you all today. About 20% of the people who want to be clients of Smile Direct Club are turned away and told you need to go see a dentist in person. You need to have an in-person visit because we're seeing things that concern us. So to that point, reasonable and prudent dentists anywhere, just like on telemedicine. I have a telemedicine appointment at 3 o'clock today. And it is not unusual. And that's only because I have the opportunity opportunity to be here with you folks. And I have a kiddo, and so getting to the doctor today would just be a little tough. And her schedule was better for telemedicine today than it was, as was mine, right? So you have that conversation with a licensed professional in Texas, and they let you know what you need to do. But establishing that first relationship does not have to be in person. Establishing that first relationship can absolutely happen because you are talking to someone who you all have granted a license to. They are a professional who is going to, I love that you started the meeting with reading the mission statement for this board. They are going to uphold their oath to make sure that their patients are cared for and that their safety is of the utmost importance. So let's entrust those folks to make that decision and follow the model that has been beautifully laid out in the telemedicine world, which the legislature, I would argue, did intend by modeling the legislation so closely and by rejecting. They had the opportunity to pass a bill that included the mandatory visit, and they rejected it. And they passed instead legislation that did not require it, similar to telemedicine. So when you're talking about legislative intent, Senator Perry, who was the author of this bill, is from rural Texas. Accessibility is an issue there. The House committee is the committee that had the chairman carry one version of the bill that ultimately passed, and the vice chairman carry the version that included the in-person requirement. So.
I just wanted to make another comment too, and thank you for all that. But I think it's a very exciting time for us in Texas. And so I don't want you to feel that we're in any way afraid. We're excited. We don't see teledentistry as a hurdle. We are looking at it as a board more as an opportunity. And we are excited to hopefully help navigate through this and get to a point where we can, one, deliver patient care safely, avoid fraud, and of course, improve our access to care for patients. But just an example, and not to get too into the weeds, but when you look at a patient, sometimes you don't see that there's decay without bite wings, let's say. Mm-hmm. So I am a pediatric dentist, and oftentimes a lot of my patients don't have a healthy diet. I live down in the Rio Grande Valley, and it's just not, I mean, there's a lot of soda, chocolate milk, things like that. So if you are merely looking at an image and you don't have bite wings, you may begin an orthodontic case and not realize that there are interproximal lesions. And I'm not saying that happens all the time. I'm just saying that those are things that I, as a board member, need to remember because I've practiced for many years and I've seen it firsthand. And my charge is to make sure to protect the public as best I can. And of course, keep my stakeholders happy too. And so I just want you to know that those are all things that we're thinking about, but it's easy when you practice in one area such as ortho to just think about ortho.
Sure.
I mean, just this morning, there are comments that I made that I'm looking at from the perspective of a pediatric dentist, you know, and we have that tendency to get caught up in our niche of practice and don't look at the whole umbrella that encompasses all of our Texas residents. And so that's what we're trying to do. And that's our goal. And we do appreciate you coming and bringing things to our attention because it does help us in this process.
It is my pleasure. And I absolutely, I love your comments and I'm so grateful for them. And I would just say that that same obligation that all of you who are practicing Texas state licensed dentists have to protect the safety of your patients, you share that responsibility as members of this board, and thank you for the service. I have been previously a public servant, and I know that it can be tough, and I didn't serve during a pandemic, so God bless you all. But I would say that every single Texas licensee that this board grants that license to has that exact same obligation to protect the safety of their patients. And I would say regardless of how they first interact with that patient, they are going to make sure that that patient is safe. And if they don't, that this board has the opportunity to make sure that they're not practicing anymore. Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Well stated. Any other questions or comments? Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you for the time, for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Brandy.
Mr. Holden. Thank you. Please state your name and remember you have a 5-minute limit. who you represent.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Robert Holden. I'm here on behalf of Align Technology, a manufacturer of medical devices, and we manufacture scanners, clear aligners, and a variety of other services and systems for use by dentists. I just wanted to speak very briefly to the legislative intent, as we also were very involved as a stakeholder in discussions around that. I'd just like to highlight, and this is available in the record, and I'm sure the board knows this, that legislators gave a great deal of deference to this group because they knew that there was a standard of care that had been developed. Many members were loath to impose a standard of care on the board because they were not in as good a position as the board to determine what that standard of care was. As has been pointed out in this discussion and previous discussions, there already exists a standard of care applicable to teledentistry and non-teledentistry alike. And so as discussions continue, Align is very eager to provide any information necessary to the board to clarify how teledentistry can operate and again, our experiences in that field through our customers, dentists in the state of Texas. So with that, I just wanted to thank the board for giving so much attention to this issue. We stand ready to provide any assistance we can with information or testimony from folks in our organization. So thank you very much.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Holt? Thank you.
We have two virtual public comments, if the board is ready to hear from.
So before we hear them, can we take a 5-minute break? Is that okay? So taking a 5-minute break. Time now is 10:29. Thank you.
The live stream is back on, everyone.
Call to order. Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will reconvene. Time now is 10:43. We are continuing the Dental Practice Committee's discussion on teledentistry and the proposed rule. We have some stakeholders that are virtual.
Public comment.
Let's do Dr. Sutter.
Dr. Sutter, can you get your video on? Oh, there you go. Can you, Dr. Sutter, would you mind stating your name and who you represent, and keep in mind the 5-minute limit?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you for having me today. I actually have a few slides. I'd like to say good morning, and this has been a great discussion. I am here as a general dentist. I practice in Missouri, but I've been doing a lot of presentations due to the pandemic on teledentistry, and been reached out to by lots of Texas dentists trying to understand how to take teledentistry, which we've been able to do it in Missouri for about 5 years now. And so there just aren't a lot of resources for doctors, including I was asked to present by one of my consulting clients, Texas mobile dentists that serve nursing homes and special needs patients in Texas, as well as the Dental Hygiene Association, who reached out to me. I have to tell you that just as context, we had all these same conversations in Missouri, and this is a great conversation. And it's been 5 years, and I just checked in with the dental board yesterday, and there's been nothing related to teledentistry that they've had to deal with as context. But I'd love to share with you just something as for some context here, because the main thing that I think that everyone needs to, and you've been saying it, is like the standard of care. Just it is what it is, whether you're in person or you're doing telehealth, and whether you're doing orthodontic care, or you're seeing pediatric patients, or you're seeing nursing home patients, or you're just doing general supervision day of hygiene, like the same. The board's going to be able to make sure that dentist is living up to that standard of care for their patients, and that's the most important thing. But as in context, when you're thinking about how you guys are going to write your rules, making sure that you could maybe zoom out and see the whole picture of how people are using it across the nation and the state of Texas. And so in telehealth and teledentistry, there's synchronous modalities like live visits, which is what we're most used to. But there's also collaborative care kind of arrangements where a team of doctors come together, specialists, and want to help deliver specialized care to a patient. And then you've got these corporations that are doing mobile outreach. And then the other things to consider are synchronous modalities, such as remote patient monitoring, which is coming in the future. And it's just really hard for you guys to create, rules now when we can't have any idea. No one can predict what technology can allow doctors to do. But it's important to remember the synchronous store and forward components of teledentistry. And that's been around for over a decade and has a lot of good science on the accuracy of diagnoses, especially when you're using a healthcare provider to a healthcare provider. So sending a hygienist or a dental assistant to a place so that we can reach vulnerable populations that normally wouldn't have access to care. And just as perspective, during the pandemic, and I spoke for the ADA, I did presentations for the ADA to help dentists learn about teledentistry across the country when the pandemic struck. And in public health settings, about 60% of doctors were using teledentistry and a quarter were using it, but they were only asking about limited triage. And more recently, as far as February of this year, You can see here the difference between private practice dentists and public health dentists. When they asked dentists if they were doing triage versus anything else, you can see that almost 40% of dentists across the country were using some sort of teledentistry in private practice and 60% in public health. And if you break that down here into different practice sizes, these aren't just corporations that are using this. It's a tool of modern life. And so just viewing teledentistry as a tool to help facilitate the practice of dentistry is just the best way to look at it and build policy on. When you go and you dig into this data, even it was like 25% of Texas dentists that respond were doing this already, doing some form of teledentistry. And most of the comments if they weren't doing teledentistry, if you go to the Health Policy Institute's website, you could see almost all the comments are Texas dentists, like, I'm not doing it yet because I'm waiting and I'm trying to understand what I can and can't do. So your guys' guidance is crucial. But as far as like sending a hygienist or a dental assistant out to a community, you can get a lot of good clinical data when you can facilitate that interaction with the patient to gather information for the patient. So this is just an example of some of the clinical data. And what I've been moving towards now is I'm using, an intraoral scanner that does simultaneous intraoral photographs as well as a 3D model of their mouth, which gets even more detailed than a bunch of static images. And so I wanted to make sure everybody, because I watched some other conversations on some other webinars to see where people were at. And I think some of the understanding is very focused on one area or one application or another. And so I just want to kind of paint that whole picture that it's more than that, and hope that the dental board could define better what a physical examination is. Is that a physical examination as in it is in person, or is it a physical examination of the patient as in that can be done virtually? And so like clarifying that gray area is going to be huge, because there's patients that can't get to a dentist, or they're in a rural area and they don't even have a dentist. And that would be great to get that clarity for them. And what we did in Missouri is we ended up having to be a little more specific in saying that an auxiliary dental provider can go and gather the information in order to establish that patient of record, which is a separate thing here, but that's what we ended up having to do in our state eventually to clarify some gray areas in the Practice Act. And you made some good comments on the reasonable amount of time. The best standard of care, or the best practice, is usually 48 hours. But it's hard for you to define that because you always get that 3-day weekend scenario that Dr. Henderson was talking about. And then I would love to answer any questions anybody might have, because I've seen a lot of different uses, and I'm happy to give any perspective if anybody needed any. But I commend you for this work. It's a great conversation.
Comments for Dr. Sutter?
I just had a quick question.
Ms. Jones.
Dr. Sutter, would you be able to send that presentation to us?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll send you, I'm in the chat giving you my email address, Dr. Sutter. If you want to send it to me, I'll distribute it to our board members.
Great.
Dr. Sutter, can I just a real quick question? In your practice, are you only doing teledentistry, or and how are you specifically using it? I mean, you still see the patient afterward, right?
Sure. That's a great question. And I have a regular practice, just it's me and another doc. We work in the practice, and I primarily use teledentistry for my recall patients. But there's always the time where that recall patient brings their, 15-year-old son to that appointment, and it's on a general supervision day. And with teledentistry, I can establish that relationship with that patient through my hygienist under general supervision. And so that's how we're using it. I use it in multiple ways. It's a tool that just allows me to adapt. And so I also do a little bit of orthodontic care. And so I'll do my follow-up clear aligner checks with the Zoom call. It's not, I don't use Zoom, but a face-to-face synchronous visit. And so I'll check and she'll pop in, like my patient the other day popped in her clear aligners, made sure they fit. You know, that just is a convenience factor and an efficiency factor because I don't have to take up chair time. I started adopting that for COVID just to unnecessarily burn through PPE and things like that. And people are starting to just expect, you know, those kinds of services if the providers are able to adopt the technology. I also do initial consultations. And so I adapt my notes and my treatment to what I can do based off the diagnostic data I have available. So patient wants a consult, I might just talk to them and meet them. And I'm not really doing anything but having a conversation before I meet them, you know, and it's not really an exam or anything like that. It's more of a service to facilitate that visit. Also, I do post-op checks, even for surgery. I'll jump on a Zoom call with a patient just to check on them, see if their swelling went down or whatnot. Not everything is like a billable procedure when you're talking about teledentistry, but the primary use case that I use is asynchronous review for hygiene checks in my practice. I have done, especially during lockdown, limited evaluations, even new patients. So patient needs somebody, I get on there, they take pictures, I get on a Zoom call, I ask them for more pictures. I kind of triage the problem for them, but I'm not going to do a full exam. I'm not charging for things I'm not doing. I'm not charging them an x-ray. I didn't take an x-ray. You know, I'm just doing a limited procedure there for them and getting them in for care if I deem that that's the best case. Or in many cases during the lockdown, it was like, go to the endodontist. I'm going to refer you to endodontist. I'm going to send my notes to him or to the oral surgeon. So those are just some of the ways I'm using it in my practice.
Are you using any kind of apps or anything, or just kind of?
So apps like for a third-party service, like to receive patients. I primarily am using just my dental record, and I'm using my dental record has like a Zoom feature built into it. It's a cloud-based dental record. And then I do use the software that comes with my scanner to review it in the cloud. And so all of those things are HIPAA compliant. I was using them before. I do have consulting clients that purchase, teledentistry software because their EHR or their dental record doesn't allow for communication like that.
Dr. Henderson?
Dr. Sutter, thank you for your time and dedication to give us this information. A quick question for you, too, actually. Record retention, you record digitally your consult with your patients, and then do you store that, or do you just make a written note that you had a digital consult?
It's a great question. I recommend my clients not record their consultation. Some do because they feel like that's what they want to do. But I don't record my conversations in the clinic with my patients. And so I just take a detailed note and I record the note, and it says in there what needs my state requires certain things be in my note if it's a telehealth visit, listing, where the patient is, where I'm at, indicating it's a teledentistry visit, things like that. So it's in my note that it's a teledentistry visit and that consent was obtained.
And you retain those records and those notes just like you would your regular dental visit record.
Yeah, I just put it right in my dental record just with all my other patients. That's correct.
And my next question is, how many staff do you supervise by teledentistry in your office?
I only have one dental hygienist, and she's the only one that facilitates. In Missouri, assistants really have no general supervision authority in Missouri. So
thank you.
We've gotten to a great conversation about the general supervision part.
Any other comments, board staff?
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh,
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Sutter. I really enjoyed it. I have a question. You said you see patients doing recalls. So what does that scenario look like?
Yeah, so the patients, in my practice, we offer a day a week. It's actually a half day a week of general supervision hygiene. So if you guys in Texas can do hygiene only days, I'm guessing you can. Maybe someone can nod if that's something you guys do. Great. Okay. So essentially, it's one better than just a general supervision day because I'm doing a real virtual exam of that record. So my hygienists, whenever they book those appointments, they're told it's going to be doctor's not in that day. That was required, already. Where he's going to do a virtual review of your thing. It's called teledentistry. They sign a consent when they come in. They see the patient. My hygienist says it again to them to make sure it's clear. She documents that in the chart. And then she does everything she would normally do, except she adds extra imaging on top. Usually it used to be pictures and now it's an intraoral scan, which takes pictures while it scans like you'd seen there. And then what we do is that patient leaves for the day and I have 48 hours to review those records. And then I write my note just like I normally would. I would read the hygienist assessment note. And then I document my findings in there, any treatment recommendations. And, there are some times, particularly on a new patient, where I can't do a treatment plan. So I'll just call that a limited exam. And I'll just say, hey, you've got a lot going on. I need to see you in person to go into a more detailed, do a more detailed treatment plan. And that doesn't happen very often, but it happens. And so you just got to scale back what you can do with the data that you have to make a decision on. And then my office manager or my treatment coordinator calls them back to go over the findings and then schedules a Zoom if they want to talk to me about the findings. And on a recall patients, that's not very common because they just want to get in and out and they usually don't have anything to do besides maybe a one-off thing. But that's generally how that process goes. It's just stored in my record. I do everything in my record like I normally would do.
So then if they needed x-rays, you would order those x-rays to be taken at that visit?
Yes. So, I have like standing orders for my x-rays. Like that's how our dental board views us giving permission because like I'm sure is the case in Texas, people come in and if it's a new patient, they have a set standard of films that they're coming in, whether or not people want to say that that's what they do. That's generally how the office work flows. And my hygienist takes, for example, recall patient, x-rays if they're due for x-rays, if it's once a year usually, unless they're high risk, we might take more. If they're a high risk patient, we'll take more x-rays than we'll take another set of bite wings, for example. And then a PA of any tooth that is symptomatic or has something suspicious going on with it.
Okay, well, thank you. I really appreciate all your information.
Yeah. As far as the x-rays go, because that's usually a common question, our dental board dealt with that by saying you should have a decision tree kind of available. And then if the hygienist isn't able to follow that, they need to contact you to ask your guidance. And we're always available. In Missouri, you're supposed to be available when you have patients being seen in the office anyways. And then I do know in California, they made some special rules around x-rays for orthodontic care, something. I'm not sure exactly how that rule worked, but they cemented some standard of care into orthodontic care for in general, not just for telehealth.
Dr. Sutter, you had mentioned that you had 48 hours to review. Is that something a standard you set yourself or is that in your rules?
It's a standard I set for ourselves. When we passed our Practice Act for teledentistry, there was going to be rulemaking at the Department of Health. They were the ones delegated to make the rule. But at the legislature said that, but our governor at the time ceased all rulemaking processes and actually rolled back across the whole state. made everyone review rules, so they just stopped making rules. So right now we have really certain things that have no rule, which I would much rather there be rules. It's much easier to operate in certainty. So we currently don't have that. That's just a best practice. 48 hours is reasonable.
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Any other comments or questions?
And to be clear, we have some rules, like there has to be consent and this can and can't be done, but some of the minutia was supposed to happen and hasn't happened yet.
Thank you, Dr. Starr, for your explanation. It's really helpful. Appreciate it.
That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more virtual comment. The board is ready to hear from him. Is Dr. Sutton, I believe? Solomon.
Dr. Solomon, can you please, turn your video on, please?
There you are. Good morning and thank you for serving our great profession, everybody.
Like stating your full name and who you represent, and keep in mind about the 5 minutes, please.
My name is Dr. Gary Solomon. My Texas license number is 11,222. And I've been a treating, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
There, okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Solomon, please continue.
Should I mute this over here?
Oh yeah, if you have the live stream going, please mute it. It just makes it easier for us to hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good. I've been treating patients for over 45 years. And for 12 years, my practice, Texas Mobile Dentist, also called Ennoble Dentist, has provided portable on-site dental services for patients living in skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, special needs groups, homes, and personal residences. We serve those who are not being adequately served by the brick and mortar dental offices. And I also have lectured and created a lecture on geriatric dentistry at Texas A&M College of Dentistry, where I was a clinical professor. I believe teledentistry will be an incredible act for Texas and will result in more care to those who need access the most. I've already submitted my stakeholder letter relating to teledentistry, which in our case can be thought of as telediagnostics. I hope all the board members have had a chance to read it. If not, let me know and we can provide you another copy. For those of you who don't know, the asynchronous teledentistry model allows a knowledgeable clinical staff member, a dental assistant or hygienist, to document, collect information such as charting, medical history, images, x-rays, 3D scans, and other patient information. This information is sent to a dentist at another location to help complete the examination and treatment plan as necessary. This is an incredible model that will help us reach more people. This is somewhat what has happened in our own dental offices for decades, except the dentist is usually in the next room. An auxiliary gathers diagnostic information from the dentist. This is simply telehealth-enabled diagnosis. Asynchronous teledentistry is a benefit to both dentists and patients. Patients benefit from lower costs, more providers to choose from, and another way to get dental care accomplished. Dentists benefit from having knowledgeable staff, collect information on their behalf, and can spend more time focusing on the bigger priority dental issues. Feedback to the board so far regarding teledentistry has not really been focused on people who it will help the most. This includes the rural, low-income, geriatric, special needs people in our communities in Texas. My 3 takeaways I'd like to leave you with. Number 1, please do not require a mandatory in-person examination at the onset. Requiring such just isn't necessary. And it can be difficult and prevent dentists from accepting patients who may find it challenging for them and their families to visit in person, mostly rural geriatric special needs people. An example is in Lubbock, there's a growing number of facilities hurting to have dentists come and take care of their residents. There are no local dentists in Lubbock who want to go. We will send a dentist from Austin, put them on an airplane, spend a couple of nights in Lubbock and treat people if we know it's required. We can determine if it is or is not urgent, and we can group patients together, making a trip worthwhile, sending a dentist up to Lubbock. Hygienists and dental assistants who can gather diagnostic information and send it to us, and have the dentist evaluate the data and even speak to the patient or the caregiver and prioritize groups of patients and go treat them. Assistants and hygienists should both be allowed to participate as supporting staff during these asynchronous televisit dentists. Encourage you to prioritize asynchronous teledentistry in the context of in-need populations. I am concerned that we are not doing enough to help those who don't have the ability, the money, or the influence to advocate for themselves. Let us, you and I, speak up for them. And I believe we have an obligation to protect and treat and provide for the public safety. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Dr. Solomon, any comments or questions from the board? Dr. Solomon? Yeah, and personally, I think you brought a really good point about teledentistry, the power of it, helping the underserved, special needs, pediatric and geriatric people that can't get to the dentist. And I think it opens up, their oral health for them, especially. So thank you for bringing that point up.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Solomon.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day, everyone.
Do you have any other virtual public comments? No. And we've heard from everyone in person that would like to speak.
And I just had one clarification question. Since there's no rules established for teledentistry, are people allowed to practice teledentistry right now?
Yes, the bill went into effect on September 1st, so it is allowed.
So should the board receive a complaint that involved teledentistry, we would refer back to the statute, since there's not a rule established at this point.
Okay. So the motion, we made the motion.
Yeah.
So the motion is on the floor. Are we taking both?
One at a time, right?
One at a time? Okay. We're gonna do one at a time, 108.16 first, correct? And this came from committee and
It was the committee made a recommendation, but during our discussion, there was some agreed upon changes.
Yeah. So can we review those changes just to make sure we're on the same page?
I think, Dr. you just to refresh, those are the ones that are red highlighted that are on the rule that you have in your board packet.
Right.
And then
Make another.
yes.
change.
And then the additional changes today were to include the word dental before healthcare service in subsection E2. And then, yes, and then regarding the website, subsection F1 to remove on a website. So it says now this information must be publicly displayed and provided in writing to the patient.
Right. So it would be a committee recommendation with friendly amendment.
And you also got E2A. To add dental.
Yes.
Yes.
So 2 and 2A.
All right, so the motion on the floor, do we need to make that motion again?
Let's make sure everybody is clear.
Okay.
Would we, I don't know how the board feels about saying that if they want to refer to Rule 101.7, which already establishes certain rules that are in place.
Yes, so Dr. Maldonado is referring to if we made that change, subsection Section E2A is subject to the same standard of care that would apply to the provision of the same dental health care service or procedure in an in-person setting. And so referencing Rule 108.7 in that subsection.
Which is where standard of care is established in rule.
So it could read in an in-person setting as established by Board Rule 108.7.
Acceptable to you?
Yes.
So the motion on the floor is to accept the committee recommendation on board staff's proposed rule
108.16
Right.
with changes.
with changes, with the changes made today.
And we will need a second.
You don't need a
Okay, let's go ahead and roll, please.
Well, since you modified it, I was thinking we do need a second, yeah, because it's
To modify the changes.
right.
Okay. So, okay, Ms. Jones seconds. And can we,
Roll call?
yeah. take
Yes.
roll, please.
Dr. Yu,
Four.
Ms. Jones, for Dr. Henderson,
Four.
Ms. Palermo,
Four.
Dr. Melcher, Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado,
4.
Ms. Sisk,
4.
Ms. Pride,
4.
and the motion is unanimous.
Motion carries with unanimous vote.
And the second part, the second rule that came out of House Bill 2056 is Rule 108.74 as it relates to call coverage. And I'll let Ms. Studdard review that for us.
Yes, ma'am. So this rule is from statute. The board's required to adopt a rule regarding call coverage agreements between dentists. And this language was mirrors the Texas Dental Board or Texas Medical Board's language regarding call coverage agreements.
And you have that in your packet. Any
Yes.
discussion? Motion's on the floor to accept.
Dr. Yu,
4.
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo,
4.
Dr. Melcher,
4.
Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado,
4.
Ms. Sisk,
4.
Ms. Pride.
4.
It's unanimous.
Unanimous vote. Motion carries. Thank you.
Dr. Yu, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
So Dr. Henderson.
For the anesthesia committee, I want to thank our committee members, Ms. Jones, welcome to the committee, Dr. Burke as well, and then of course David Yu is officio on the committee. We discussed and came out of committee was the only action we had on our agenda was to discuss 2022-Q1 DDS7, asking for an exception to rule to obtain anesthesia permit. A little bit of discussion out of committee. The committee was to grant the exception with further verification of a CPR and not being an online CPR. That is out of committee. So that is the motion that I'm going to bring forward. And I'm going to go ahead and start some discussion with this. I did do a little visiting with Mendez yesterday, and could be a possibility that CPR is acceptable. And we're really not asking for an exception to rule. We just verified that his training did meet. And so I would like to speak against the motion on the floor that we voted down and present a substitute thing that we refer this back to the agency for appropriate distribution of the permit upon all verification of qualification.
We just remove the words exception to rule.
Since it's already part of the agenda, I think Dr. Henderson's.
Can we?
Yeah, I mean, we can vote however y'all want. That is out on the rule, out of committee, that we give him an exception to rule for his anesthesia permit pending further verification or recompletion of a American Heart, American Red Cross, CPR. That's out of committee yesterday. And so I'm speaking against that in discussions. We don't need a second to say that I would like to vote this motion down out of committee and substitute a committee motion that will refer this back to the agency to handle the permit appropriately.
So the motion on the floor, Dr. Henderson wants us to vote down so that he can make a new motion.
And I guess my question is, would that, if we just remove those words, would that motion still be applicable of what he's wanting?
No, because procedurally, what he's saying is that this applicant doesn't require an exception to board rule because he's met all the necessary requirements under our rule.
Right, so if we take out those words, exception to board rule, that motion still refers it back for verification.
Procedurally, I think it's cleaner to do what Dr. Henderson's suggesting.
So the motion is on the floor regarding 2022 Q1 DDS 7.
Yeah, and out of committee was to grant him a permit with further educational requirements of the CPR by the American Heart or American Red Cross.
Recognize
That was out of
right. So, clear on that? That's fine.
Anybody have any further questions?
And sorry, just to assure everybody, procedurally, we're changing things up, but the end result will be the same, that we're granting this applicant the permit he's requesting. Okay, just.
So let's go ahead and take roll.
Dr. Yu?
Against.
Ms. Jones, deny. Dr. Henderson?
Yes.
Ms. Palermo?
Again.
Dr. Melcher?
Against.
Dr. Burke?
Against.
Dr. Maldonado?
Against.
Ms. Sisk?
Against.
Ms. Pride?
Against.
And that's unanimous to
Or against the
Committee recommendation.
Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Yu, I'd like to make a motion that we refer 2022 Q1 DDS 7 back to the agency for permitting of his nitrous permit according to our rules and procedures.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Dr. Burke seconds. Any discussion on this? Is everyone clear? We're referring back to board. Okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Yu?
4.
Ms. Jones, 4. Dr. Henderson?
4.
Palermo?
4.
Dr. Melcher? 4. Dr. Burke?
4.
Dr. Maldonado?
4.
Ms. Sisk? 4. Ms. Pride?
4.
Thank you, that's unanimous.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. That concludes the anesthesia report.
Thank you, sir. With your busy committee, your great work. Any public comments that we have?
Do we have any other virtual request? We're good.
So I'm going to ask directors to deliver their reports, and first is Ms. Nichols with the executive division report.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu. I'll briefly go over some of the topics that I have in my report, which is uploaded for your review. First off, COVID-19 and our agency response. Most of our staff does continue to work remotely. Our licensing, Christine Mendez, Ms. Mendez and her team are in the office every day. But most other employees are working remotely. Masks are not mandatory, but employees may request that individuals wear one if you're in their space. If we do have an employee that tests positive or has been exposed, has a known exposure to COVID-19, we do ask that they test negative before that employee returns to the office, but they are allowed to work remotely during that time if they're feeling up to it, feeling well enough. Virtual meetings. So we'll continue to offer a virtual component to our board meetings and our informal settlement conferences. That seems to be going really well. Everybody over the course of the last year has adjusted to having virtual participants in both board meetings and ISCs. Our virtual hybrid style meeting is in line with the requirements of the Texas Open Meeting Act. So even though the governor did lift the previous requirements, executive order that allowed for putting some of the Open Meeting Act procedures on hold. We're good. The way we do our meetings meets the requirements. And so we'll continue doing our meetings this way as long as necessary. I would like to give a shout out to our IT division. They put together a really good guideline workup that we shared with other agencies, and it was really helpful, and we've gotten a lot of really positive feedback. They put together basically a guide of how they set up for all of our virtual meetings. They included graphics. It looked amazing. I would be happy to share it with our board. And we've gotten a lot of praise and thank yous and gratitude from other boards because we shared that with them, and they did really great work on that. So thank you so much. I mean, I just asked if they could put together something to share. I thought maybe it'd be an email, and they put together this amazing guide with graphics and footnotes, and they really went all out, and it looks great. Yeah. And I'm happy to say that other agencies are going to model their hybrid meeting style after what our team has created. And so thank you to them. I'm also excited to announce that we have a new director of investigations. So starting September 1st, Melinda Huber became our new director of investigations. She has been a supervisor under Dr. Bell for the last year. She has 14 years of investigation experience, and she's been with our agency for the last 4 years. So we're excited to promote from within. That's always a great thing. So we're very excited to welcome Ms. Huber into her new role. She's doing a great job, and we're excited to see what she has in store as a new director. And I would also really like to thank Dr. Bell for managing both the dental practice and investigation divisions for as long as she did. It was meant to be a transitionary time, and unfortunately she had to manage both teams for a very long time. And I know that was wearing all the hats she does already. It was a lot of work. So we're very grateful to her. I'm also happy to announce that we are official member states of all of the regional testing boards listed in both Rule 101.2 and 103.2. So at our June board meeting, the board voted to become members of all of our regional testing boards and ADEX, and we are officially a member state of all of those boards. Some boards require to vote to vote us in. Some were able to just do it with paperwork, but we've paid necessary fees. We've submitted all the necessary paperwork. So we're in. So your involvement in those boards is appreciated by board staff and board members. We thank you guys for going out and getting involved. Special legislative session. September 7th, the governor did announce the third special session will be convened on Monday, September 30th. The proclamation did identify 5 key agenda items for legislators to consider during that special session. I don't know that any of those agenda items will affect our licensees or our board, but board staff will continue to monitor the special legislative session for any issues that might impact us. And then lastly, electronic prescribing waivers. So as of our last board meeting, we have now processed approximately 2,496, probably more since I put this number in a couple of days ago, since January of 2021. On September 1st, we began a project to update each practitioner's individual profile with his or her electronic prescribing waiver status. So now, in order to show a pharmacy or anybody asking that you've been granted a waiver status, that practitioner will just go to their own profile versus going to the linked Excel spreadsheet that we previously had. That was a workaround that we just needed to get. We just needed to get this program up and running. So that was the workaround we had in January. And special thanks to Dan Matthews, because that was his idea, and it worked for the time being. But now we're going to migrate that information. We've already started migrating that information into each practitioner's profile. I'd really like to thank Trina Smith. She's been this has been her project, and she's been doing a great job. And she processes these applications and answers questions with a smile. She's happy to do it. I'd really like to thank Christine Mendez, Lee Lannon, and Christopher Gregory for their assistance with this data migration project. It's been an undertaking, but we will begin sending out waiver expiration notices in December because it's already almost been a year. And so these waivers are only good for a year. So we'll start reminding people that if they still need them, they need to reapply. And that's my report. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Mrs. Nichols. Next, we have Finance Administrative Division report, and I referring to Ms. Nichols on that. So, I'm sorry.
I want to just recognize Ms. Nichols' hard work and leadership with this agency. Fine report. Simple question. Are we under obligation to send out these notices on the waiver, e-prescribing waiver? Could we do it electronically as an email blast? Or how do you see? I'm looking at agency funds and time.
We are, that's a great question. And I don't believe that we are required to send out. It's a courtesy that we're doing for our licensees. And I'll talk to Ms. Mendez because that's a great idea. We should just do, because we collected, we have their, most people are applying via email. We can do that. We did have a fair number of people who faxed. So if we don't have their email address, we may send a paper reminder to them, but that's a great.
I'm just looking, the cost of the agency and manpower.
We could also just
Put it
do
on our
a
website.
notice or versus individual reminders, but I'll talk to Ms. Mendez about that.
I think that's how we notified everybody the first time was on our website and email blast.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to do your job. I'm just watching out for the cost.
I appreciate that.
I'm going to piggyback on Dr. Henderson. Thank you very much for what you've been doing, and you've just done a fabulous job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I really like it a lot. And also thank you for the updates that you're giving us to the board weekly. It's very helpful to me.
Good.
And I know it is to everybody else. So thank you for your
Keep
leadership.
that in mind for later.
Thank you, Ms.
Any other questions? Board, okay. Thank you again. Finance Administration Division Report. Ms. Capel is not with us today. I'm referring to Ms. Nichols.
Yes, so I'm not going to go through her report. It's in your materials if you'd like to take a look at it. So Ms. Capel isn't able to join us today, unfortunately, but if you have any questions related to our finance and administration, please let us know. We will be happy to answer those questions. But her reports are there for your viewing pleasure in your materials.
And as always, Ms. Capel's always done a great job for us, and she's amazing and keeps us afloat.
Just for answering questions.
And Dr. Henderson.
So I noticed there in the budget report on there, and we are at the end of our fiscal year. You can just tell me we are great financially and we'll move on, or is that something we're still working on?
We're doing great. We were able to offer employees who are eligible a bonus with money we saved from the lack of travel this year, based on so many of our meetings being virtual. But I can assure you we are doing great, and we'll provide that information with Ms. Capel's backing up.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Licensing Division, Ms. Mendez.
Hi, good morning still, right? Right before noon. Just to update you all, anesthesia program, we have hired or filled a position for the inspector. Mr. William Jackson will be back with us September 27th. So that'll be nice. There was a little typo on my update for the anesthesia program for the compliance letters. We've actually sent out through June. So June compliance letters have been sent. That's just notifying those that were inspected of their compliance with their inspection. As a reminder, we are now after September 1. So TSBD, we're no longer printing the renewal certificates in bulk. Now it's everyone go online and print your certificate. It's not required to be copied. We just have to have the correct information on our records for you. And it's, of course, it's available for printing 24 to 48 hours after the license has been renewed. Staffing internally within the actual processing of the application. So we had lost 2 specialists in July, and those 2 were primarily processing initial applications. So I will say that we have filled one of the positions with Ms. Flores. She began with us on Tuesday, office was closed. And so we currently still have 2 positions open, and we are hoping to fill those pretty soon. And just as an update for the processing of the initial applications, the dentist, for initial dentist applications, we're processing August 20th. For hygienist, it's August 20th as well. For assistants, we are processing July 29th. And so we have not changed. Processing is still 4 to 6 weeks And it's still within the time that the application or the mail is received in the office.
Questions for Dr. Henderson?
Ms. Mendez, great job on that print of your certificate. I will tell you, and I'm sure maybe we can put it on, a lot of people who I told they could do that had a hard time because their web browser had a pop-up blocker, and you have
Okay.
pop-up blocker in order to print it. So it'll say not in system, not in system, not in system. But if you'll turn your pop-up blocker on your browser, then you can print it. So that kind of a glitch that a lot of people who are going to be doing. I'm sure I'm just saving you a phone call. I don't know if it's something we can talk about. You can put it in an email. But as these dentists start renewing, or hygienists and assistants, I've been called and it's not that hard. But obviously it is.
No, but it would be helpful to have that information on there. Thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
You have that on that deal about you got to have the right name, you've got to have the right. So I don't know if Dan or somebody can insert that. It might be helpful if you put that on that drop down box.
Just like a notice.
Yeah.
Or something. Is that what's happening, Dan or Chris or Josh? The pop-up blocker issue with trying to print the certificates.
Yeah, whenever it generates it and then it tries to open it afterwards, and that's what it's considered as a pop-up. I can change it to where it auto downloads it or emails it after creation.
Did that satisfy you?
Auto download would
Look,
be
I'm
good.
just trying to save phone calls and problems for the agency. And so what if it's easier, if it's
Auto
easy
download.
for them to automatically pull it once you give the information and print it? I'm just saying the way it's set up now.
There's no way around that. It has to pop up because it generates it and then it has to go somewhere.
Right.
I think the board is saying that auto download might be most.
You can do the auto download.
Is that
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, sure. We can take a look at it.
all right?
Or even just the
Yeah,
pop-up
just something to look
reminder.
into.
Yeah.
That's a good point. All right, any other questions or comments? Yeah, Ms. Flores.
Yes, I know Ms. Mendez, we talked about not sending out the postcards prior to relicensure to the licensees, right?
Are you referring to the renewal cards, the renewal reminders?
Yeah.
We're still sending those out.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to check.
Dr. Melcher, did you have a question? Okay. And welcome back, Mr. Jackson, and welcome, Ms. Flores. And, obviously it's an incredibly busy department you run, Christina, and your great work. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on, we have Dr. Bell, Dental Division, and I believe she's Ms. Heber is also on, but will Dr. Bell also review investigations?
Yes. She's gonna do both.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, board. Thank you for allowing me to be here and give you the information. I'll briefly summarize the reports that you can find in your board member materials. Essentially, all is well. You'll see totals at the bottom since we're at the end of our fiscal year, you'll see those totals. They are very similar to last year, perhaps a little bit fewer. Again, complaints did trend downward during the COVID times with dental offices being closed for a month or two. So we did see that trend down. So of course, our output of reports that were completed has trended down slightly, but I believe it has stabilized at this time. I know those ISC dates for next fiscal year are scheduled. I believe we'll be able to meet the demands of those dates very well. Again, the inflow and outflow seems to have equalized, at least at this point. We do have 3 recommended DRP mentees proposed for your consideration today. And you'll also see the notes. As a reminder, Miss Cassie Camp reviews the reports, as well as my hygienist that works within the dental practice division, Jessica Menchaca, and I review them as well. But you'll see notes that we made about the reports on that spreadsheet. I just wanted to point out that we do provide that additional training from the review of their practice reports, if you will. We do provide that after they have completed both reports. You know, we don't want to get in the way in the middle of them doing both reports, but we do provide that training prior to them moving on and reviewing cases. And luckily, Jessica and I have been in talks because Ms. Camp's notes are very helpful in that we're going to go back and tweak the training a little bit to provide guidance that, again, hopefully will give us the outcome that is pleasing to the board and our legal division. So we're constantly looking at ways to get better. As Ms. Nichols already mentioned, this will be my last DOI report. Very excited about that. Ms. Heber is on the meeting today. Maybe she can wave for all of us. You know, as Ms. Nichols said, she's been with us a long time. Me being able to do both roles really had very little to do with my skill, but everything to do with the team and how they just came together and just did a wonderful job. And so I just appreciate them very much. That concludes my dental practice division report, with the exception of requiring consideration of the DRP mentees.
Any questions for Dr. Bell? Dr. Melcher first.
My question in reviewing those potential candidates for the DRP, there was one in particular that there was some concern. They said they lacked attention to detail. With those type of comments, is this someone that we will still want to consider, or do you feel with this new protocol that y'all can prepare them, guide them to be more detailed? Just wanting to make sure that we're comfortable with proceeding onward with that individual.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. If you look right below, on that DRP mentee score sheet, if you look right below at the key, we do have a range of recommended, and then we have that middle zone of recommended but more training needed. And that would be perhaps an additional report required. We would give them a third case to practice and make sure that they could fulfill those requirements. And then the not recommended category. All 3 of these candidates did fit in the recommended category, but that's why I wanted to make sure and put in my report that yes, we will essentially provide them this feedback from, like I said, the legal division as well as my division, and make sure they are prepared to move forward. We constantly monitor the reports, and the reports inform both our training newsletter that goes out, as well as specific interactions with DRP members. So that allows us to consistently monitor and make sure that they are prepared to move forward. If we needed to take them out of rotation and do some additional training based on the reports or feedback from you guys, or certainly Ms. Camp or Ms. Studdard, we would certainly do that. So we want everyone to meet the standard. And again, it also informs our training. Like I said, there are probably things that we can do better in that training to get the result that we want.
I just wanted to make sure that, I didn't know, I don't recall us never not accepting any of them. Just wanted to make sure that we are helping them in some way. I know it can be, everyone's learning styles are different, And so maybe this one might just take a little bit more time. At the same point, we don't want to lose anyone or discourage people from applying for these positions, but we want to make sure that they are able to grasp the requirement of this role, because it is very important, especially for our ISCs when they come before. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just to add, I completely agree. Luckily, Ms. Menchaca's position was added, and now she is almost completely dedicated to the panel. And then I am, at least half my time is spent dealing with that as well, in addition to other director duties. So the addition of that position has allowed us to spend a lot more one-on-one time, if you will, working with folks that maybe not from the outset are doing a perfect job, but are doing well. And then we can enhance those skills as we go along.
Thank you.
Dr.
Yes,
Henderson.
ma'am.
Dr. Bell, I appreciate your wearing of the two hats for such a long period of time. I'm certainly going to miss you in both roles, but I know you're very excited that you're back to your normal job description. I just want to give you a lot of accolades for the hard, dedicated work you've done doing post-division directors. And I'd like to make a motion that we accept your DRPs as submitted.
So the motion, seconded by, the motion on the floor is to accept the 3 DRP candidates by Dr. Henderson and seconded by Ms. Jones. Any discussion on this? As a side note, when I was on DRP, we didn't have these reviews, ranking. I don't know why you accepted me on DRP, but I appreciate it. I was honored. But let's go ahead and call roll.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Yu,
4.
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo, 4, Dr. Melcher, 4, Dr. Burke, 4, Dr. Maldonado, 4, Ms. Sisk, 4, and Ms. Pride.
4.
It's unanimous.
Unanimous 4, and you have your 3 additional candidates. 1 is a pediatric and 2 are general dentists. So thank you. And side note, no cases still over 75 days old, right?
I will address that in my next report. Just a smidge, but I think it's for a good reason.
Thank you.
I think Melinda just showed up too. There are 2 cases out of all the cases assigned right now that are over 75 days. So I'll transition into the investigations report if that is suitable.
Thank you.
All right. Again, all the data that I normally provide, you will find toward the bottom of the report. We did have some additional adversity since the last board meeting, in that we did have 1 analyst resign unexpectedly with no notice. So all the cases that individual was working were then distributed throughout the remaining analysts. So then that left us with 2 openings for an investigator 4. We were given 1 additional investigator during in our LAR request for the last legislative session. And so that gave us 2 to fill. Ms. Heber and I have worked diligently to fill 1 of the positions. We have not been able to fill both of the positions at this time. As many of y'all are experiencing, I'm sure in your own practices, the applicants were reduced by about 80% from what I typically have to evaluate. So the team was, Melinda reached out to the team, and they are committed to us finding the right individual for that last position. And so we're going to hold off and again hope that some more applications roll in, because fit is key for this position. The individual we did hire, I put a little more specific information in the report, but Miss Diana Spiller is the individual we did offer the position to, and she accepted. She will start on Monday. We're very excited. She has a wealth of experience. She was a sheriff's deputy for a number of years, and of course conducted investigations during that time. And then for the last 9 years, she was a program manager at the Texas Commission on Jail Standards and spearheaded several various programs and updates to, such as their mental health form, their screening form. She spearheaded that whole program. And so she has a wealth of administrative experience and experience with medical records in that role. And then she also has a wealth of investigative experience. So we are very excited. She'll be starting with us Monday. And again, the percentage of cases over 75 days rose just slightly. And then the cases per investigator did increase to 21. A little bit of that was the departed employee. However, if you look at the previous month, that July, it was already up quite a bit. And again, that's just kind of that snowball rolls down the hill. And so since our cases have risen a little bit in the last couple months, we expected to have more that would be investigated. And so it's expected with one more person, that should help a lot. And that would be Ms. Spiller. With an additional one, we should be at a place where they have plenty of time to give the highest quality investigations and reports as are possible, and expect great things to continue from the division. Again, this crew is amazing, hardworking. The little catchphrase that Melinda shared with me a few months back was doing more with less ever since 2020. So the team is really doing a great job. Be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions for Dr. Bell? Dr. Bell, thank you for both divisions' hard work, and thanks, Ms. Heber, for your lead in investigations. Look forward to your report next time. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Legal division, Ms. Stutter.
Yes, sir. So legal's report is in your materials for your review. I'm happy to go over any of those numbers with everybody. The one main thing I wanted to highlight was our 2022 ISC schedule. The agency has caught up, and that's exciting. And so you'll see that our schedule has only 2 ISC days per month instead of our typical 4 that we've been having. And that'll begin in January of next year. And so I encourage everyone to sign up on those dates.
Any questions for Ms. Stutter? And it's never too early to sign up. So please look at those dates and, clear it with your spouse and make a trip to Austin, hopefully. So executive session for discussion and possible action on consideration of board staff personnel. Our annual review of our executive director. With this, I'd like to thank Ms. Jones and Ms. Kappel's guidance on this. And do I hear a motion at this time to go into executive session to discuss the review? Oh, Dr. Burke, and seconded by Ms. Maldonado. All in favor?
Point of information, I think we need to speak for the record what we're going to be talking about specifically in that motion for executive session.
Okay.
Thank you.
So executive, thank you, Dr. Henderson. Parliamentarian. So this is this is the review for our annual review for our executive director that the board will discuss the reviews. Is that acceptable? So that motion's on the floor and seconded by Dr. Maldonado. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. And say aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. So time now is 11:51. And can I have Stutter and
Yes, you can have whoever.
okay.
Shana, can you hear me? Yes, no, I'm here. It's just because we have these computer phones now. And so I had to switch it from my Zoom meeting to my computer phone. And anyway, I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna, uh, okay. Okay, so let me, oh, hold on just a minute.
Dr. Henderson, you'll open that door.
That's Dan.
Yeah.
Is Pride on?
It's warm in here.
You know, it's weird that yesterday was so cold and today is.
I'm thinking, Dan and I were solving the world's problems.
Did we change the sign?
And the aligner guy.
Did-
Lighter
That's funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't really see that.
Lauren's gonna leave the room with me.
Did everyone leave the breakout room to the regular? Or
We're going out of executive session, right?
Yes.
Okay.
everyone, are we live?
Yes.
Okay. Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will reconvene. The time is 12:20 p.m. We went into executive session about the review of our executive director. And do we have a motion from that session? Ms. Sis?
I'll make a motion to raise Ms. Nichols' salary to $127,435 effective October 1st, 2021.
We have a second.
Everybody.
Maldonado. Seconds. Any discussion on this? Any discussion? Compliment her.
Oh, I thought he was pointing to me to talk. I was like,
Speech.
Great job.
Well,
Fabulous.
you got, you're doing a great job, and obviously we got a second, but we got to vote on it before we can congratulate you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we don't know how to
Okay.
vote, you know.
So let's roll call.
Dr. Yu,
4.
Ms. Jones, 4, Dr. Henderson,
4.
Ms. Palermo, 4, Dr. Melcher, 4, Dr. Burke,
4.
Dr. Maldonado,
4.
Ms. Sisk,
4.
Ms. Pride.
4.
Right.
Now we
Right.
can.
Let's.
Hands are shaking. Thank you very much. I'm very, very touched.
Well, I mean, just some things that the board, or some of the board staff said, is that you have an open door policy, you're compassionate, you treat everyone with respect in a in a professional manner. Your response time, even when you're super busy, is excellent. You lead by example. And the thing that really struck all of us was that you're the best ED that this agency has had in a very long time. And they're proud to work for you. And they even said, I hope she stays with the agency for many years to come and to provide her excellent leadership as well as some stability for the agency. And I think you provide that stability. And, you know, it means a lot for us, it's all of us, and we see the changes and we see how the agency runs so well because of you. And so you definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to cry. Thank you. That's very, very sweet. I have not seen the evaluation, so that like really touches me. Thank you.
And there was not one thing negative. You're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments?
I will say, we all agree that you are such a phenomenal team builder. And especially, I mean, being female, I know sometimes a female working with a lot of other female, it's always hard, you know, to kind of lay down the law. It's a fine line between being their friend and not being their friend. But I think you need to know, to me, I am so amazed that everybody that we've heard from, female even, just has nothing but glowing things to say about you. I mean, that's so impressive, Casey.
Thank you so much. We have a really great team. Really, we do. I feel very, very lucky. The directors, everybody is all hands on deck all the time.
So good.
Great.
Yeah, a huge change was your communication. And I think all the board members appreciate that.
I had the benefit of seeing that lacking when I was GC. So I'm happy that people feel connected and know that they can reach out and feel up to date on what's going on with the board. So I appreciate that.
And so I think that's helpful is you weren't here as a staff attorney. You knew you worked in the dungeon. Reading the rules. You left, you saw other agents, how they work, then you came back and were GC. So you add a really unique person, very similar to Anesthesia when she was here. And I think it'd be we should keep you if you're willing to stay.
I am.
And so we got the pink tape, we're taping you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the comparison to Nicaea, who I may be watching this from Colorado right now. I am here to stay. I love this job. I hope it shows. I've been very happy. I didn't have my sights set on becoming an executive director. I was a lawyer, I was a general counsel, but I really feel like I found my niche. I really enjoy it.
Well, since it's the Casey show.
I know. I'm gonna really, like, you need the pink tape for my hands.
We love you. I love you.
Okay, thanks. We do. Thank you.
And you had a recommendation as well.
Yes, and so next time what we'll look at too is sitting down with you and you're doing your own personal review.
Okay.
So that we can, kind of just compare and then discuss and go forward too from there.
Happily, I would happily do that. And we do that internally with our own team members.
Again, thank you, Ms. Jones, Ms. Capel, for your help on that. Any other questions or comments or anything?
Is it appropriate for announcements of moving on the agenda, or are we?
Yeah, let's move on. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for that.
Any announcements? Dr. Henderson.
I would like to publicly welcome Ms. Pride to our board. It's participating virtually.
Nice. I appreciate that.
Look forward to working with her as a public member on welcome to the board.
Thank you. Hopefully next time I'll be there in person.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe, I see.
She is signed up to do an ISC
Yes.
later this month. So
Yes. I think we signed up together.
Yes. Yeah.
So, just FYI, tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. So just keep, moment of prayer for that event. Any other announcements? Thank you, board. Great
Thank you.
meeting. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I so moved.
I'll
Okay.
second it. Second.
Ms. Palermo makes the motion and Dr. Maldonado seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Bye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, board. Time is 12:26.
everybody, that was very